Welcome back, Dungeoneers. It is Sunday afternoon, and that can only mean one thing. It's time to play Dungeons & Dragons. You're watching Dice & Dungeons, and I'm here at the table with...
I'm David Schultz, playing Dromar the Goblin Rogue.
I am David Wong. I'm playing Nines, the Tabaxi Bard.
I'm Nicole Bates, and I'm playing Sorian Sewell, Changeling Druid.
I'm Greg. I'm playing Ulset Ralph, the Furball Fighter. Sorry, I was distracted by ears.
Yeah, it looks like Soria's not the only changeling this week.
I didn't know you were a druid, Alexis.
I am not a druid, but I am your dungeon mistress, Alexis Bates. And I have a couple of ears for the news. So, David Schultz, why don't you bring us our first sponsor, which I'm just hopping to hear about.
Normally, I would refuse to acquiesce to such a punny request, but since I do love our sponsors so much...
Don't you mean bunny request?
I'm leaving this show immediately. One of our sponsors today is Calling All Knights, and the wait is finally over. Calling All Knights is now live on Kickstarter until April 29th. Be one of the first to play this 2 to 5 player trick-taking card game for the whole family. Featuring over 60 unique knight characters and creatures, Calling All Knights is simple to learn and fun to master. Stay up to date on facebook.com/Cali Pigeon Games or search Calling All Knights on Kickstarter. And we will also be putting the Kickstarter link into the chat. So thank you, Calling All Knights and Cali Pigeon Games.
Do you know if they have any of those slots left where you can make your own knight and get it put in the game?
Last time I checked, they do still have 2 of those slots. So if you want to do that, you can work with Chud and Ryan and the team over there to create your very own knight in your likeness or the likeness of your choosing to get put in the game for all perpetuity, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I had a couple of ideas I'm debating on whether or not would be worth putting in there, and making Chud suffer through the idea of a glittery vampire knight.
I'm sure he would enjoy working with you on that if you so chose.
Thank you for that, David Schultz, and thank you, Cali Pigeon Games and Calling All Knights, for sponsoring us this week. That Kickstarter is doing pretty well, and I'm happy to see it.
Absolutely.
I am talking to you about Geekified, our continuing sponsor each week. Geekified is a tabletop gaming store out of Vinton, Iowa, that takes online orders for all your tabletop role-playing game needs. So if you're thinking about picking up a new adventure path, maybe a rule book, head on over to their site using this link, geekified.us/discount/dice and dungeons. That link will be posted in Twitch chat, on YouTube descriptions, on podcast descriptions as well. And using that link will get you a 5% discount off of your first purchase with Geekified. It's a great way to support the show, pick up some gifts for your friends, for yourself, and it gives us a hand in making all this. So thank you for your support, Geekified, and to anyone who picks something up through that link.
Yeah, I'm excited for the new Ravenloft book.
Yeah, there are pre-orders for the new Ravenloft book available on Geekified. I forget how many copies they have left of that. It's not maybe quite as cool as the art for Candlekeep Mysteries, but it is going to be a very exciting expansion for 5th edition, and the art does look pretty cool on it, even if I admit it's not quite as cool as the Candlekeep Mysteries. I love that one.
Yeah, and the Candlekeep Mysteries, that's sold out, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, if you missed it, the Candlekeep Mysteries book is all sold out for the limited art cover, but they still have the standard edition ones that you can pick up through there. I encourage you guys to. This is one of my favorite rule books that has come out for Dungeons & Dragons in probably a couple decades. I absolutely love the adventures in there and the creativity and the combination of creators and authors that put all that together. It's a cool concept.
So if any of our viewers help sell that out, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely. And with that, I think it concludes our sponsors for the week. So, Dungeoneers, let's roll. All right. Let's get to the game, everybody. Last week, you may remember that our party fought off some would-be assassins on a bridge just outside of the city of Nordfeld.
Non-lethally.
Only to make a deal with them in exchange for help and information. In an effort to find out who was arranging these attacks, they worked with their would-be killers, as well as a given note that they took from them, and started rummaging through some of the seedier underbelly elements of Nordfeld. They chased down these leads, met a variety of the city's less scrupulous denizens, and some of its most earnest as well. By adopting the identity of one of the people that attacked them, and I think the only one who got killed, somewhat ironically.
They died non-lethally.
They died non-lethally from Sephiroth damage. Our heroes managed to deceive some of these folks into giving up information about the threat that they are chasing and begin to hone in on the whereabouts of the thieves they're seeking. So, we rejoin the party, waking up from a long day's rest at the Company of Blades house, just as the sun is setting and the morning begins in the nocturnal city of Nordfeld.
Oh, that was a nice long day's rest we had. I'm glad we're waking up in the morning.
The sun is
It's actually
setting
the night.
and this nocturnal city's morning is beginning.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me of something. Dromar is gonna rush over to Soria's room and knock on her door.
Okay.
Does she answer?
Nope.
Is the door locked? I'm gonna try the door.
Probably not, actually.
Okay. I will just open the door and let myself in.
I got a sleeping mask. I got mud all over my face. Earplugs. Completely.
So
out.
you look like you normally do.
Yeah, I'm like Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shake you awake. Soria, wake up!
Thornwhip! No, I'm just kidding. What?
We're not gonna roll for initiative already?
I pull the cucumbers off my eyes. What is it?
Soria, I know this wasn't the plan we discussed last night / yesterday
You coming
morning.
into my room was not the plan, no.
No, that wasn't the plan either. But I remembered when I was waking up, when I overheard you in the bar, the fancy bar, talking to that one person.
Alec?
You were supposed to meet with them, like right now,
I mean, like,
and they were gonna hire you. What?
is that something we want to actually do?
Well, if they're going to hire us anyway to do what we were already going to do, but it sounded like they're going to pay handsomely to get back.
It's for
Some
the
of
money,
the
not the
artifacts.
information.
Well, money and information are both good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I can keep pretending to be a dead person.
It's one of your favorite pastimes.
Is it?
At
It's
least
actually my first time doing that.
yeah. You don't have
you could have fooled me.
you don't have the
cucumber?
danger of running into yourself and
sure.
getting a time-space continuum problem.
Did you just eat the cucumbers off of your eyes? Is that what you just did?
Yes, we both just
Okay.
ate a cucumber off of her eyes.
I'm just gonna have a normal breakfast because I
Alright,
believe
and
I'm in
just
that room.
Yes, you are.
I'm just gonna
You did both.
shapeshift into Maggie again. You know, all the
Yeah.
mud and stuff was just part of my changeling shape. I don't think that actually works that way, but
I'm pretty sure that it doesn't. Also, I'd like you to explain the cucumbers in that scenario.
And why you just ate part of your.
I don't have eyelids anymore.
Well, it's Easter, isn't it? Yeah, it's like the body of Soria.
Just stop.
I think we just lost some viewership with that one.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I get the robes I was wearing as Maggie, and I'll get set up as try and get back into character.
You're gonna wear the same thing twice?
Yes. Why are you all in my room? Apparently, I'm getting changed.
I'm not in your room. I just.
At a respectful distance, thank you
I
very
will
much.
shove Nines out of the room and close the door while you get changed.
Thank you.
Nines is at a respectful distance down in the buffet.
A respectful distance on the buffet for him is on top of the buffet.
Yeah.
Shedding
A
hair over
disrespectful
most of it.
distance would be if he was not on the buffet.
Yeah.
It's very unusual for what the rest of the people think.
Insult.
I'll get a little breakfast, whatever has the least amount of cat hair on it. And all right.
Everything has cat hair on it.
So
The
if I'm,
silverware has cat hair on it.
I just remind you all that Ulseth is not with you.
you haven't come out yet.
No, I didn't
No, he
set it
hasn't
all.
gotten his.
He doesn't know how to work the alarm clock.
I refuse to use the alarm clock. I won't get a wake-up call because you ridiculed it so badly.
Do you want me
And
to?
discount.
Do you want me to wake him up? I can.
No, I mean, it's fine. He,
We probably don't need him, right? Like,
he's supposed to be dead anyway, right?
I will go to Ulseth's room, change into Ulseth.
Still wearing Maggie's robe.
Yeah.
I like to point out.
Well, yeah. I'm not changing costume.
They are very ill-fitting at the moment. There's about almost 2 feet of difference between Maggie and Ulseth.
And I'll knock
That's a
on the
good
door
look.
and go, "You who are an imposter, wake up."
Okay, Ulseth wakes up. Says, "Thank you for waking me.
I'll peek my head in.
Thank me for waking me."
I am welcome.
I go down
I'll
to
turn back into Maggie.
go down to
Is
the
Ulseth having
buffet.
an existential crisis?
No, an existential crisis.
Get out.
I have a little bit of nutritious breakfast from the buffet without cat hair.
You need your fiber.
No.
Yeah, come on. I'm gonna have some sort of meat on the buffet. I don't particularly care if there's cat hair on it or not.
You did just eat a face cucumber that
Yeah.
might have been an island.
I am going to eat whatever is on Dromar's plate.
That checks out.
Who said anything about a plate?
All right, so now that we spent about 3 hours having breakfast, let's discuss.
Okay.
So I could go to this meeting with Ulrich, as Dromar just told me. We'd want to go soon if I did that. But we
Yeah,
also,
the plan was for first thing in the morning,
yeah. And
which
we
is
have
really the evening.
a lot of other
When
things.
it's dark.
We have this museum. We have the town hall, the library, and there's also the sewers to investigate. It sounded like. I feel like I'm forgetting
we do
another
the
thing.
Ulrich thing first, because that's the only one that's time sensitive, as
Okay.
far as we know.
Maybe like meet with Ulrich, go to the museum, because we're supposed to meet Commander Soloff there.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
And then,
Although I think he did just say like whenever.
well, if we go to the town hall, I think the library was right near there. So that might take us a while.
Okay. Well, yeah. Then let's go meet Ulrich, and then go meet Commander Soloff.
All right. So I think I'm supposed. Let me just double check my notes. But I think I'm supposed to just meet him back at the bar.
Yeah, I believe so, if I overheard correctly.
Always listening in on other people's conversations.
Well, yeah, that
Yes,
was
it's
the
great
point of
hobby.
being there.
Excuse me, Stuart.
Yes.
Can you tell me the name of the person that owns the Blackwell bar?
The name of the person who owns the Blackwell.
Yeah.
The knowledge doesn't come to mind. Sorry.
Okay.
I do apologize. I'm not the most well connected within the city.
Okay. I was hoping to not have to bullshit my way through it. But okay.
I mean, that seems to be your modus operandi for everything else, so I don't know what the problem is.
That's not very
Yeah, we
nice
do
to
just
say,
fine.
Stuart.
Technically, it wasn't the steward.
Oh, okay.
I almost like that it was.
let's go to the bar. Execute.
All right, and everyone else stand outside while I do all the work.
Okay.
Well, this guy doesn't particularly care about us. He might not even know about us. So
I know,
we can all just
there's like
go in.
bouncers that you have to pay like 10 gold to if you're not cool.
Well, maybe not if we're with you, though.
You could come with us through the back door in the kitchen like we did yesterday.
Why don't you
Yeah, but
all
you
just
didn't
come
actually-
with me?
Yeah, I think we should go with Soria. At least try it.
Yeah, okay.
Execute.
Execute.
We're already walking.
Yes.
All right. On your way to the Black Well, you find it pretty easily, as you've already been there once, and it sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of the city's infrastructure.
That's a weird architecture design. Just make a big bar like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
It's one of those theme restaurants. They were popular in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
Is anyone else having flashbacks to Clarissa Explains It All and the father who was the architect that would design
Oh, yeah.
dentist offices that were a giant
teeth and
tooth?
stuff. Yeah.
I very much forgot about that aspect of the show until you just mentioned it.
I feel like the
So, thank
architect
you.
father was one of the core pillars of the show.
Pretty sure it was.
I mean, it's very possible. It's been a while since I've watched Clarissa Explains It All, believe it or not.
Are we going to turn to a nostalgic channel now, too?
Yes.
Okay,
That is very much not appealing to our key demographic of over 70 and
Yeah.
under 7. None of them have watched Clarissa Explains It All.
So you arrive there.
Now's a perfect time to start.
Look it up. It'll be on the internet.
The two bouncers that you saw the evening before are still there. Or, I mean, they probably went home and slept, but they are back. And they look you up and down and
well, yeah. We'll
don't
just
seem to pay any attention.
all four of us will just walk in like we know what we're doing.
That's right.
I'm very good at that.
Who's in the front?
And
I am. 'Cause
I'll be
They-
right behind. I'm as Dromar today, not as Dormar.
Okay, let me make a note of that.
I will follow after
They
nine.
let you right in. They're kind of nodding to Soria, who is appearing as Maggie at the moment. Magdalene, as they probably would call you. And just let you right in the door.
Okay.
They don't seem to recognize Dromar at all.
Oh, it's because he's not
Because they
Dormar.
never saw
Sorry,
Dromar. They saw Dormar, yeah.
And
Legally distinct individual.
Yes, you're not wearing the name tag right now either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they probably remember your gold more than your face.
probably.
And they certainly don't pay Nines or Rule Set any mind at all. It seems
As it
like
should be.
maybe Maggie is one that kind of brings an entourage of protection with her. Or did bring an entourage of protection with her.
I still do.
How plot convenient.
Yeah.
So, you enter into the now somewhat familiar Blackwell Bar. And the scene is much like it was the night before. Dimly lit, but pleasant still. You're not going to stumble through the place. Lounge area and atrium, very regally decorated. And then some stairs leading up, the bartenders. And you hear a harp playing on stage this evening. So a little different than the
This morning.
more jazz quartet. Yes, this morning, thank you.
So how many people are drinking in the morning in this bar?
It doesn't look like anyone is drinking at this hour.
Okay.
There's a couple of patrons that are sitting in booths and tables enjoying a breakfast.
Do I see Alaric immediately, or?
You scan the room for a moment, and he's in the same booth that he was the night before.
Okay. I'll signal to my entourage. All right, I'm having a meeting with a very important client, so keep a respectful distance.
So follow right behind you. Got it.
I will go over and sit down with Alaric.
Also, understands the meaning of the word respectful. Knowing words and remains at a respectful distance in another booth.
So do you sit down by yourself? Are you guys joining him?
Well, I'm respectful.
You are respectful.
How many booths away are you, Ulsa?
A respectful number.
That's very nondescript.
3. 3 is respectful. There's
Sure.
two empty in between us.
Because there's a pandemic.
3.
Yeah.
Should be eating indoors then either.
I'll go and sit with Ulsa.
I'm not.
That was very respectful, Dromar.
It's an odd conversation going on. Just a couple booths away, a respectful number of booths away from you. Ulrich turns to you and...
Good morning, Ulrich.
Morning. And how do you find yourself this morning? Well rested, I hope?
I feel a lot better than I did yesterday.
Well, I suppose that's good. I am sorry that you didn't feel well yesterday. May I order you something to eat?
No, I already ate.
Huh. You are up quite early then.
Yes.
Very well. I take it by your presence that you are here to accept the offer of employment?
I believe I am, yes. I would very much like money. I don't know how mercenaries talk. Holy shit.
I would very much
capitalism.
like money.
My only experience with mercenaries right now has been like bandits, I think.
You are a mercenary.
I mean, yeah, but I guess you guys
My
are my
only experience with mercenaries.
This is
What'd you
going
say?
well. Ulrich just looks at you and is like, yes, don't we all?
Now he's going to be like, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I have had something stolen from my family, like many of the farming families in the area. We have bits and pieces of fervent tech that help us out. So, I need you to recover this piece. Obviously, I cannot show you what it looks like, as it is no longer in my possession. However, it is a long cylindrical piece. So at the end there are several cogs on each side. It is a geared engine of sorts. It drives our mill. It does not give us the advantage that some families have, but it makes our mill more efficient, to say the least. I now am spending a great deal more time working the operations itself. It's tiring, and I would much prefer to not have to go back to manual labor in this part. If I have to, we'll be fine, but at this point it is more about the principle of this thing. I want you to kill the thieves that took this. Wipe out this despicable thieves guild. It was entertaining for a while. But I'm quite done with the fun.
Dromar is biting his lip right now. He's just like mumbling under his breath, like
Vibrating.
Wiping out the entire Thieves Guild, the global spanning organization that controls all of us from beyond the shadows.
No, I don't expect you to do that. Just wipe out the entity here in the city.
Well, that will cost quite a bit.
Sure it will. But I'm prepared to pay you as much as 5,000 gold for wiping out the entirety of the Thieves Guild. You must bring me proof.
Dromar stops biting his lips.
You must bring me proof, however, that the guild master, whoever they are, is dead.
I glance over at Dromar.
I require proof that you have wiped them out.
It would be quite frightening if Dormar was sitting in one of the other booths right now.
For 5,000 gold, the head of the guild master of the Thieves Guild, and your cog stick.
That is correct. The piece itself should be fairly easy to identify. Like most things that are valuable. Our family crest is emblazoned on it. Just on the outside of the mechanism. It should be easy enough to spot once you find it. But when it's...
What did your crest look like again?
He pulls out a little slip of paper and hands it to you. It's got his name and his family crest.
It's like a business card.
It's basically a business card, yeah.
What does it look like?
It has 2 circles, kind of crossed over Venn diagram style, but one underneath the other. And it's 2 pieces of the Glendrainian gold currency. And then it's surrounded by basically like interwoven wheat. His last name is Zweigeld.
Okay.
Are we gonna do the whole American Psycho thing where a bunch of people compare business cards?
No. No one is doing that.
I was not ready for... I didn't have a business card ready.
You already lost.
So, that's what his crest looks like. And I want you to bring me to this, the base of operations. Once it is done, I want to see what they have taken. I might be able to use some of it myself. Or perhaps I could dangle it over the heads of other families. For compensation, of course.
As long as it doesn't get me in trouble with Ludolf.
Well, anything that is Ludolf's, that's his problem to sort out.
Is this an exclusive contract if I am going after them?
I can give you 3 days on this.
I mean, am I allowed to be hired by competitors as well?
I would prefer it if you did not have any competing interests.
Because Ludolf also made an offer.
If there are multiple bounties out on these thieves, these villains, then it is fine to collect on all of them. I don't care what other people are paying you, just as long as it's not competing.
All right. And what can you tell me about the theft of your item that might help me in my search?
Well, not much. We caught the thief in the act. Actually, thieves. There were, let's say, about a half dozen of them. Most of them keeping watch, and 2 of them breaking into a milling facility. They had the piece and were defending each other as we approached and started unleashing arrows at them, but several got away. We got a couple of them ourselves. Not that they lasted to talk.
What can you tell me about the ones that got away?
Not much. They were fairly raggedly dressed. It was just some sort of cretins.
Was any of them particularly large?
Not of what I saw. Certainly not the ones that remained.
All right. Well, thank you for the information.
Of course.
And I will seek to bring you the destruction of the Thieves Guild.
And Magdalene, keep this arrangement discreet, if you wouldn't mind.
I always do.
That's why I like you. If you'll excuse me,
It's the only reason
I
why
would
he
like
likes you.
to. I would like to enjoy the rest of this beautiful concerto.
Okay. Well, good morning to you, and have a good day.
Good morning.
And I'll walk over
Good day,
3
sir.
tables away and say, did I do a good job, guys?
Dromar gives you very enthusiastic double thumbs up.
All right, let's get out of here.
All right. I will get up and follow Soria at a regular distance, neither respectful nor disrespectful.
I will follow Nines.
I think I've just been staring at the harp the whole time.
Is it like a small harp or one of those big floor harps?
No, it's a full-size harp.
You couldn't carry it, Nines.
It does wheels.
Now I can just picture Nines like dragging this harp on like over hills and swamps.
Listen, if we get 5,000 gold, you can probably buy a harp.
That's a good point. Well, let's go get 5,000 gold then.
All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
We have to wipe out the Thieves Guild, so you're going to help us out on this, right, Dromar?
Yeah, definitely gonna. I think we've already mission accomplished.
But he
All right,
wants,
let's get 5,000 gold then.
but he wants to see their hideout, so maybe we should check out this library and see where the news article said that they were coming out from.
Yeah, we should definitely do that. Find out as much as we can about whatever this Thieves Guild's supposed to be. But should we meet with the commander first?
Yeah, at the museum.
Yeah. Execute.
All right, let's go to the museum.
All right. You make way back towards the center of the city, where the museum, the town hall, and most of the kind of common public buildings, they're all there. The museum is nestled about half a block back from the actual town center.
Actually, it's off the town square 3 blocks south.
Yes, it is.
According to my map.
You are correct. It's in a small building that looks a bit run down.
I'm glad you know where you are going.
I probably grew up here.
Are you still
Yes.
Maggie?
I'm not gonna break out of the Maggie role until we're done with all of this.
Okay, so we're meeting Commander Soloth as with you as Maggie.
He knows I'm a changeling.
Yeah, I know. Just
Also, he knows that Maggie's dead.
yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
He presumably, yeah,
Non-lethally killed her.
he's not gonna murder me again.
He's one of the few people that would look at this situation and go, "This makes sense."
Yep.
For you.
Or at least, yeah, exactly.
You should offer him a cucumber in this trying time, too.
I ran out. There were only 2 on the buffet last night.
Did you make berries?
Two sad little cute.
I used all my spell slots yesterday already. Speaking of, though, we did sleep. So I
You
should
did sleep.
probably do
If you
that.
forgot to take a long rest on your character sheets, please do so.
That would be good.
I would never forget such a thing.
I don't think you actually have any abilities that reset with a long rest, though. Oh wait,
My
Carry on
Fury of the Small does, doesn't it?
Fury of the Small on a short rest, but
short
that was
rest.
the only rest we had, so I did reset that. And I also gained back my 3 HP.
There you go. As you approach this museum, you get the sense that this is less of a public museum and a bit more of a private collection, as it doesn't have a lot of public signage. It looks a little run down from the outside, and the sign indicating that this is the, quote, Museum of Fervent Technology. It's kind of bedraggled, and it's just sitting in the corner of a front window. It's not the most auspicious of arrangements here.
Because clearly this is where Thieves Guild is headquarters.
Is it? I mean,
Sure.
is it like a hide in plain sight sort of thing?
Sure.
I'll knock on the door.
I mean, no one really answers. There's not an
I'll
answer.
open
I
the
just
door.
go into the door.
Yeah, the door is unlocked, and there's a little bell that you head on the way in and rings to announce that you have entered the building. Inside, the smell of old lacquered wood and patinaed metal hits your noses. And the longer that you're in here, the air smells really stale, like the windows aren't often opened. This place is kind of closed up tight. And it's very dimly lit on the inside. After spending just a moment or two in here, you start to see why. All of the wall sconces that provide illumination and a couple of chandeliers that are hanging over you in this fully 2-story tall room that you're in are piled high with different boxes and collections of things. Some of them are in little glass cases with little handwritten things painted over the front of them, but there's a lot of loose strewn objects everywhere. It looks like this collection may have at one point been quite well maintained and supported and has since lapsed into a more dilapidated state, and certainly far less organized. But it is just overflowing with examples of what you've kind of become familiar with of fervent technology.
This place is overflowing with examples of what I've become familiar with as fervent technology.
You know, I felt the exact same thing walking in here.
I did notice that the air was quite musty, as though things had been closed up for a very long time.
Commander Soloff?
You hear calling out from the back of this establishment, "Sign the visitor's book!"
Do I see a visitor's book?
You look down and you notice that there's a dust-covered visitor's book, but there's a fresh quill and ink pot right there.
I will sign Magdalene, comma, good mercenary.
Do you put in parentheses your actual name?
No.
Or?
I'm in deep cover right now.
Oh, okay.
Let's leave a written proof that you were deceiving everybody.
Dromar will go up next and sign Dromar.
Wait, what if I signed it Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild? Because she's already dead, and we can prove...
We don't have her head.
Okay, we'll think about it. I'll ruminate on it.
I mean, what happened to that body? I don't even remember.
Soloff.
We just left it there.
Soloff took care of it.
Yeah, Soloff said that he was going
He brought it back to
take care of the body.
Estate.
Yeah.
Also, Ralph signs the book in his beautiful calligraphic script.
Very well. Nines.
Yeah.
Nines doesn't get free autographs.
You have good handwriting.
That makes sense.
Thank you. I had practiced for many years.
In the woods.
Did we see any other names on the...
There are other names. No one is writing that down dates, but the other names look like it's probably been a while since they had.
I look for Crom or Coromanth in the list.
You don't see either.
Okay.
Is there
Very
anyone on the
polite
list with a title of
sign the name.
Guildmaster, Thieves Guild, anything like that?
No, none of that. None of that.
What if we cover it in like lemon juice and then light it on fire? Do you think like...
Is this...
Wait, is this a national treasure? Are you looking for like a secret map on the
Is this
back
just
of the
something the Nines
Constitution?
does?
He just covers things in lemon juice and then lights them on fire.
I will... Okay, we signed it. You can come out of hiding now.
Hiding? What are you talking about hiding? And you don't see any person moving around, but you do see this stack of books sort of hovering through the pathways, and Soloth just another step or two behind whatever is moving this pile of books is walking behind it now. Here, give me just a second. I'm going to hop up on here. The books get dropped with a thud to the ground, and a poof of dust goes up in the air. And then
The dust does not bother you? That is very good.
And then a very, kind of like bejeweled gnome pops up on a little stool with these thick glasses that have little bits of like magnifying elements that can go down in front of it. And they're covered in rhinestone type things. And she's wearing these very bright colors sticking out from everything else in here, which is mostly browns and sort of greens of patinaed metal. She's the most bright, almost painful to look at sort of thing in this room by comparison.
Does she look like a rhinestone cowboy?
She does not look like a rhinestone cowboy.
Okay, just checking.
She wishes she looked like that.
What about the steel horse?
No, she does not look like a motorcycle.
Does she ride that?
She does not.
You must be Todriana.
I am appreciating that Nines' image on Zoom is completely frozen at the moment. It's not a great.
If you stay perfectly still.
We could all
can
look
see
like
it.
you.
This is great freeze frame. That's awesome. Yeah.
Well,
Toddy for short, you know, because I'm short.
I get it. That's funny.
well
How tall is she
Ludolf
compared to me?
sends his regards.
She's actually a little shorter than you are.
Oh, I like her already.
Ludolf sends his regards.
Oh, I haven't seen Ludi in a while. Is he doing well? Has he kicked that cigar habit yet?
No and no.
No.
He had all his stuff stolen from him, and he's very upset.
Except
Oh.
his cigars.
Except his cigars.
Stolen from him? Well, that's pretty terrible.
Yeah. And that's actually why we're here. I'm sure Commander Soloth filled in a little bit about the situation.
Oh, yeah, we've been catching up real well tonight. You look into the area where they were sitting, and you see a mostly empty bottle of wine. So they were clearly having a good sort of getting together and just like kicking back a few glasses, laughing about things.
Is it red or white?
You don't
is
know
important.
anymore.
Well, you said it was mostly empty, so I thought, there's still a little bit left.
With the dark colored glass and the bit that remains in the bottom, you can't really tell at this point.
Fair enough.
You should go investigate while we're discussing.
You never
Drummer's
know.
not that interested.
There might be a little left.
Drummer doesn't want any. He was just curious what kind of wine drinkers they are.
So we were mostly, I think we were mostly coming in to check in and see if you had any extra information about Ferventech and make sure that you haven't been thieved from by the Thieves Guild.
Oh, sure, I've been thieves from.
You've already been thieved from?
You know, they just took a few things, just a little bit. Get it? A little?
Oh,
That's hilarious. You're such a card.
Oh, man. Sorry. It's just a little gnome humor. Get it? Little gnome?
Drummer's like slapping his thighs.
Old Seth is not.
Wow, I
I'm
seem
not
to
slapping Dromar's thighs either.
the big one there. My jokes seem to have caught you up short.
Well, Seth, he doesn't get the little people humor that we have,
It goes over his head.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. You know, most things go over my head, so it's nice to
Yes,
swap
I
it
see
around.
that.
So what was stolen?
Oh, just a bunch of odds and ends. Honestly, nothing that's really any value at all. Most of them were like broken pieces and parts. And quite frankly, they're more dangerous than anything else.
Are there still other pieces of Ferventech that they didn't steal?
She kind of looks around. And yeah, there's a lot. The whole place.
This makes me think that maybe they're trying to assemble something.
Yeah.
Like some sort of
Like-
guild.
Like, if they stole the sphere and this cog rod, maybe they're trying to combine them and they're using like spare parts from here to try and make something big.
Or maybe they found some sort of plans and they know that these parts that they're stealing actually were made to fit together to make something larger.
Yeah,
I
like,
mean, who knows?
like a big Lego set.
Yeah,
So,
whatever that is.
If they had anything
It's
like
like
that,
Lego blocks.
you said that they were dangerous. Why would they be posing danger?
well, all fervent tech is dangerous by its nature. Every little scrap
How
of it.
so?
I mean, spending a little bit of time around it is perfectly fine. But you spend a couple of weeks, maybe even a month around it, it can cause some pretty serious damage.
I'm looking around in here.
Don't worry about this. Everything in here is stored in special shielded boxes.
What about all this?
Wait, what's
Everything she just said. Everything here is stored in special shielded boxes.
what shields it and makes it safe?
Well, there's a couple of materials that you can line these things with, and it stops the energy coming off of them. These things are loaded with all sorts of wild, powerful magic and energy.
What do you line yours with?
Oh, that's a proprietary thing.
Would you mind if I took a look at one?
Oh, no, go ahead. Pick any of the things that aren't in the, like, clear cases. You can open up. It won't do you any harm to look at it real quick.
Thank you. I'll go over to the nearest one that's not in one of the clear cases and pick it up and investigate, see if I can kind of figure out what's shielding it, what materials are being used here.
Well, the box is heavier than it initially looks. It looks like it's made of just some like simple, almost balsa wood elements, very light looking things. But when you pick it up, it's a fair bit heavier. You'd guess it's probably about 10 pounds altogether. Do you open it up?
Yeah, I'll open it up.
Okay. Inside, you find some broken, shattered pieces that look like they may have been, other sort of spherical elements, maybe some cylindrical pieces. They all look like casing to something in this particular box. And they're sitting on just like a bed of simple, like straw to help, you think, protect them from any jostling. And there's this little thin piece of a metal that you don't immediately recognize that lines around the box, and you presume underneath the little hay, and you can also see it in the box top as well. And it's only, you'd guess, maybe a 1/16 of an inch. Not very thick.
So I don't recognize the metal. I'll show it to the rest of the group. This is what they look like. Can any of you make it out what this might be?
No, I am not familiar with that. I am rather surprised you did not lick it.
Why would I do that?
Did I recognize the metal at all? If it's blocking our magical energy, and I'm familiar with the detect magic spell, is it lead? Because lead blocks the detect magic spell in a thin sheet.
Well, you can give that a try. You can, how about you make a arcane check? Let's go with
check
that.
With guidance. It's good because I rolled pretty bad. 13.
You haven't seen this particular material before, and you think that because you did see your village back home, you guys would make some alloys out of things. You had a forge there, and you'd seen alloys being made, and some of the poorer materials, you can start to see how they weren't necessarily bonded together and alloyed correctly. And you see a few imperfections like that. You still don't know what the material is, but you can surmise this is some sort of alloy.
This is a very impressive alloy. Did you make it yourself?
Oh, no. No. I don't have, the reach to get in there. So, yeah, we just have someone from lower in the countries, farther down south. You know where they do most of the mining? Yeah, they also do a lot of smelting down there, and they make this special for us.
Would lead help with the shielding of fervent tech?
Could be. I'm not sure. Like I said, I really don't know what all is in there. I know it's proprietary, and it was developed by the guy who started this museum.
You didn't start it?
No, I'm just the curator.
Oh.
I got hired about 2 decades ago to start curating this place.
Is the person who started it still around?
Oh, no. Mr. Zweigeld died about 3-4 years ago. He had a real passion for this place. So does his wife. Widow now.
What was his relation to Alric?
Oh, that's Ulrich's dad.
Does Ulrich involve himself much with this museum, or if at all?
Ulrich? No. Ulrich doesn't spend a whole lot of time here. Actually, his mother, Irene, spends a lot more time here. This is kind of a passion project for her, although it's a little overwhelming and been kind of sad. She hasn't wanted to see things changed since her husband's death.
Understandable.
Is Irene
It can be
still?
hard to lose family.
Yes. Is Irene still in town?
I mean, she still lives out at the Zweigeld estate.
Oh.
Rumor has it that when she passes, because she's still in charge of the family, that she's willed a whole bunch of money into the city.
Interesting.
Sounds very thieves guildy.
How does that
How
sound?
does that sound thieves? That's weird.
I'm not sure you understand what a thief is.
Or a guild.
Did Mr. Zweigeld die of just old age, or?
Yeah, he was. So how old was he? I think he was in his like 100 and teens or so when he died. You know, well, some drow live a little bit longer than that, but it's not a bad life.
Yeah.
He always had a passion for fervent tech. You know, he actually got all the money together to start the library.
Oh, really?
Very philanthropic.
Yes, absolutely. We're actually planning on going to the library today as well.
Well, don't expect a lot. It's not the biggest. No one else has really been giving anything to support it, unfortunately. I think that's why, yeah, Irene wants to give a whole bunch of money, actually.
Well, that's nice of her. It's always good to support, you know, civic causes and your local library and all that good stuff.
Yeah,
Don't laugh at me, Nines.
I'm laughing with you.
No, we are
I'm not
laughing at
laughing.
you.
Does anyone else have any questions, or should we? If she's already been burgled, I doubt that they'll come again.
Yeah, probably not.
We should
Unless
keep
they
in,
figure that they need something else that they don't
More
have.
parts.
Yeah.
we might keep in mind that Irene might know more about the things here in the museum
Yes.
or about fervent tech.
She wasn't quite as passionate as her husband was, but she likes the stuff. She finds it interesting. And it reminds her of stories that her great-grandmother used to tell her growing up.
What stories?
Well, stories about the old Empire days. You know, when this stuff was still all functioning and you could find it everywhere.
I don't know, actually.
Oh, I guess you're not from around here, are you?
Nope.
Hundreds of years ago, this stuff used to be everywhere. Used to power all sorts of things, and you know, I swear I've seen you around here.
She
Abort! Abort!
I have one of those faces.
Oh, okay. Where are you from?
The Fervent Wilds.
Oh, that okay. Wow,
still being Maggie, foolproof plan.
there you go.
Commander Zoloth goes,
Solon is over there sort of chuckling to himself, knowing what's going on, but just letting you guys have your fun.
So if people were to collect enough of this fervent tech, could they theoretically combine it into something bigger and more dangerous or more powerful?
Like a Voltron.
Yeah, like a Voltron.
Like a whole bunch of like robot cats or something stacking on top of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, Castaxes.
Maybe like a Megazord with dinosaurs.
Wow, a dinosaur. I don't know what that is, but it sounds super cool.
It does.
I don't. Well, as far as I know, I don't think there's anything like that Fervent ever developed.
nothing that would transform into one thing
What
I mean, I
from
suppose
another.
if someone had figured out how to use all of this stuff, then they might have been able to put something together
Or-
and innovate.
Is
But
it possible that it's like a robot in disguise? Like a transformer of some sort?
What's a robot? Like a golem in disguise?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of like a golem, yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, if they figured out how to do that, I would wonder why they're messing around with finding the old stuff, because no one's been able to really make this stuff continue working.
Since you work so close with the Zweigeld, family, are you familiar with the artifact they use on their mill?
I mean, I know that they had one, but I never knew where.
Oh.
Interesting.
But yeah, if someone had figured out how to put this stuff together, especially in a way that it wasn't used before, I think that would put them in the forefront of innovation in the world right now. People have been trying to make fervent tech work for hundreds and hundreds of years since his death, and no one's been able to figure it out. That's what the fervent guard is all about.
Can you tell us a little bit about the fervent guard?
I'm sure. Well, the fervent guard, they were started by the Glendrangian royal family. After Fervent died, suddenly, I think, almost a millennia ago, no one knew how to use the technology. You know, the tale goes that he was so young and so distracted by all of the things he dreamed up, he didn't write anything down. So no one knew how to use this stuff when he died. And we've been trying ever since to figure it out. The Fervent Guard, they mostly just keep things going, trying to keep well, in some cases, literally, keep the lights on. But no one knows how to put this stuff together. No one knows how to make new things. And that's why it's mostly in collections, not in any place useful. And the few things that are still going, well, it's only a matter of time until they break.
Does Nordfeld use fervent tech for the glowy lights that they use?
No, that's an enchantment that we've had around this part for years and years. But if you've been to any other parts of Glendring, you've probably seen their lights. Most of the large Glendrangian cities use fervent lights.
Huh.
Yes,
like
indeed.
in Whitfeld.
Were they like
I
in
think so.
Whitfield? Okay,
Yep, the lights in Whitfeld gave off a much brighter light than the lights that you have here in Nordfeld. They had all of this sort of little mechanism up at the top. Little tiny gears and cogs meshing together, whirring and buzzing about, and they produced quite a bright light. So there weren't tons of street lamps, but you didn't need a lot either.
Okay. I've got one more question. What can you tell us about the Thieves Guild, if anything?
Nothing. I don't associate with people like that.
That's what the guildmaster would say.
I mean, I suppose it would be. Yeah.
No, we're
Am I
not
the Thieves
accusing you of being the
Guildmaster?
guildmaster. We were just curious what what the word on the street was about the Thieves Guild, as it were.
That is correct. We accuse everyone of being the guild master.
No, we don't
I mean,
do
you'll
that.
eventually get it right, I think.
Yes, if we
that's
keep
my
trying.
thinking too.
Just keep crossing them off your list. Can I cross my
Like
name off your list?
We're finding the Thieves
No.
Guild using the Phoenix Wright method, apparently.
Just accuse everyone. Eventually you get it right.
I think that's all of our questions then, unless any of you have anything else.
Nothing here. Shall we to the library then?
Can I have some of this stuff?
I'm not at liberty to give any.
Oh, right.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're just the
I'm the
curator.
curator. I'm not the owner.
Right.
What was the highest rated cure you've ever seen?
Oh boy. I'm just gonna walk out.
I follow
looks at you for
closely
a
behind Dromar.
And then goes, "You're all right."
Let's head to the town hall. Thank you.
But if you are interested in finding out some more about the Fervent Guard, you can always go to their outpost. It's north of town, about 10 miles. You're straight out the north gate. Can't miss it. But I suppose you could. There is 10 miles. But,
North, you said?
yeah, straight out the north gate.
Were we not,
I'm gonna just wait outside.
Would they keep fervent tech at the...
as I wait outside with Dromar, were we not to meet with the commander here?
We did. He was right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I mean, mostly he was just here while we were sleeping.
He was making sure that she didn't get robbed.
Yeah, you
but-
guys sent him there to kind of be on guard. Just seems to have
And then he
been.
just went there to drink.
So we were
She was already robbed, so, you know. Mission
Soria.
failed.
Since,
That was not much of a meeting.
since you're the
It was almost like a Zoom.
I don't know anything about that, also.
keep this up, I'm gonna be
Since I-
mad.
Not without the ears.
Nines, are you still in the museum, or did you join Ulseth and Dromar outside?
I'm still in the building. I'm very curious about the cure rating.
Okay, then let me take a look at
my passive perception 17. if
You
that's what
both, Soria and Nines, you both hear from the back like this clattering of things, and then this kind of gruff voice, yeah, and then some more clamoring going on.
Someone's in back.
Investigate!
Are you saying that loud enough that Ulseth and I hear it?
Yes.
I mean, I shout
And then
investigate.
I'll run to the back.
And
Okay.
I also go.
And I re-enter
Is
the
there-
building to see what the clatter's about. It's such a clatter.
It arose.
Do I think I could get around the outside to the back of the building? Is there, or like how is the building in relation to the buildings around it? Are they like butted up against each other? Or?
Yeah, like most of the city, the buildings are really tight together. You could run down to the end of this particular block and then go around the back. You've gotten used to how the city buildings are laid out, where they're all in a row, tight, no space really between them. At least certainly not enough to like squeeze through. And then there's usually a back alley that runs between two rows. So the backside of each of these buildings empty out into a smaller alley that can service them.
How long do I think that would take me?
You could probably make it around there in about a minute. It would you would figure if you're trying to get to the back of the building, it would definitely be quicker to go straight through there if you were trying just to get to the back of the building.
I'll just do that then.
Okay. As you go running first, you're slightly ahead of Nines, maybe about 3-4 paces ahead of Nines. Nines is moving, and then Ulseth and Dromar pretty close together. They're bringing up the rear. By the time you guys hit the back of this place, so the two of you, Dromar and Ulseth, are making your way around the front desk. They've got a pretty good lead on you. And what you see is this goblin just sort of falling out the window a little bit and then taking off down this this alleyway.
Dormar jumped out the window.
That motherfucker, let's get him!
I don't think Dormar jumped out the window. I think Windomar jumped out the window.
Wait, it's no. Dormar never uses
Oh my
the door.
goodness.
That's his secret. It's
How
a
do I put up with you
misdirection.
people?
I will. How high up is it? Like we're on the main floor. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
it's not like a jump down.
No, it's like something like there's like 3-4 feet between.
I will
the
pursue.
baseboards. All right.
Out the window in the back of the building?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Unlike most buildings that
This-
don't have windows in the back.
This is a window back there. It's
Beautiful
like the
LED
curator room.
room.
It's for fresh air.
Yes,
Not
which
in
they
this-
also don't use.
There was no fresh air here.
Anyway, we're chasing this guy.
Yeah.
All right,
Let's get Stormer.
Goblin.
Chase scene.
Let me set up the chase scene real quick. I gotta turn the camera on. One moment.
Meanwhile,
Wasn't expecting that.
All
while
right.
she's doing that, let's all plot her downfall.
My plan is just to follow this guy until I catch him.
Yeah.
I like it. That's a good plan.
That's the start of a plan. We're always good at starting plans.
My plan is to follow this guy and maybe also, like, shoot my crossbow at him or throw a dagger at him or something.
My plan is to try to catch the person we're
Ooh.
following.
I'm probably going to make fun of him.
We'll disarm him non-lethally.
Non-lethally.
Okay, so
Can any of us see? Well, you saw that that it was a goblin
Yes.
jumping out the window, right?
Dormar.
Yeah. So the way that these chases
But
work.
Dromar and I don't know, right?
I yelled at Dormar jumping out the window.
Ah, okay.
Once you get into the alleyway, just as this goblin that you're chasing is about to round the corner, the two of you in the furthest back, you guys get a quick view of it, but not any sort of details. Soria and Nines have a little bit more of a detailed idea here. The way that this chase works, for all of our viewers to understand, is that I am going to roll percentile dice to determine a series of things that can happen, and those will impact how the group moves up or down that quarry chase ladder. The quarry, who's the thing you're chasing, is never going to move out of that quarry spot, and the goal of the players here is to get their characters up into the quarry tier, and once they do, you have captured. The quarry, of course, can get away, and the longer that this goes on, the harder it is to keep the chase up for everybody involved. So you might start suffering some negative impacts the longer that we go. So
And
get
this
your...
is a Alexis Bates original chase mechanic, is it not?
Yes, this is a combination of a few things that I found and then some of my own ideas.
I'm looking forward to it. We have not used this mechanic before, so...
No, this is brand new.
That's right. You're experiencing it with us live on stream.
Yes, you are.
Or
And for those
2
of
days
you-
later on YouTube and podcasts.
And for those of you who underestimate Ulset Ralph, he does not think that we are mining stone.
What?
All right.
That's Corey.
Because of the... Yes.
So, the first result, the quarry has to make a save here. They have, well, they've run into a spot of bother. They
Bother.
they do not make this particular save, and
Nice.
you see that their pants are looking a little worse for wear right now.
Classic
If you
Dormar.
wouldn't mind moving the entire party up one tier spot.
Nice. We're winning already. And we
You
haven't
are
even done-
winning already. The next result brings
How far
us...
would you say those tiers are in relation to how far away he is?
Each tier is roughly 15, 20 feet.
So I'm like within 30 feet of him.
Yep, and as a reminder to our party who's been briefed on this, each of you can use any combat abilities once per chase.
Charm person.
All right. What's the save on Charm Person?
It is a Wisdom 15.
All right. You see the spell sort of float out from your hands and make its way down the street now as you round this bend, and it hits the target, and the target sort of shakes his head and then keeps moving. Looks like it missed. And as you do
Thought I
that,
could end it really quick.
I need
Yeah, that would have been...
I need everybody to make a dexterity save throw, and we'll see what happens here.
5.
Okay.
23.
All right.
Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
All
Nice.
Wow.
I got a grand total of 16.
Okay. Yeah, Soria, you move back one tier. I guess everyone
I
else
got
stays the same.
distracted casting
The quarry
myself.
has dropped an oil slick behind them, just thrown a couple of bottles of oil, making the street behind them all slippery. As Soria crosses this, she kind of
Do I
stumbles.
do like
quick.
the like doodle-doodle-doodle?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit like
Yes,
that.
you do that.
Everyone else manages to either jump over it, dodge around it. Nines, you kind of leap over it. I mean, Ulseth, if you want to do something cool, you did roll a nat 20. Or you can just kind of like run.
Ulset does the really cool thing.
You
of-
should like baseball slide on the oil and actually get ahead a little.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. So I just take a slide across the slick.
You Tom Cruise in Risky Business slide across
And
it.
then you like do like a somersault.
No, I don't
roll up.
somersault. No, I just slide across
Yeah,
the slick.
if he starts doing somersaults, he's definitely going to fall over.
As this chase is now continuing down the main street, you're running, and those of basically right now, Nines is the only one who's kind of close enough to see this, and you do manage to catch this glimpse, and it's a glimpse that you have seen before, Nines, in your life. Someone from across the street glances over and sees your quarry running, looking at them, and then crosses the street quickly and is trying to get into this person's way. It looks like they might have an enemy. And and everyone gets to move up one tier here because this rival, this upset business partner, whatever they might be, has managed to harangue the quarry a little bit and slowed them down.
Dormar's
so
not
close.
popular. Get him.
Right. And the enemy of my enemy is my
This is an
friend.
imposter.
And as this happens, a couple more people from the same side of the street are watching like, hey, and they come over and start interfering with this whole thing. It's now the kind of this like pile, and they're getting in your way too and trying to harangue everything. I need everyone to make either a strength or a dexterity saving throw.
Go, everybody move!
I will be doing dexterity, thank you.
A strength or dexterity check or
Strength
save?
check.
Save.
Save. Okay.
Okay.
So
that
it's a
was
strength or dexterity
not
save.
good.
That's a lot better. 15.
22 this time.
Okay. Nines, what was yours?
I got a 15.
15. And Wolseth?
That would be an 8.
8. Sorry, what was yours?
15.
Okay. Dromar is the only one that manages to kind of keep going. Everyone else moves back one tier. This gang has managed to slow you down and kind of trip you up for a minute, giving their buddy a chance to move ahead. Next one.
Dromar's so dexterous, he's so great.
Yes.
All right.
I'm
As
glad
you
we got
are,
the choice, otherwise I would have gotten -1 instead of
Same.
+7.
I got
I
a
want to
choice
give
between a
people little bit
-1
of
and a
variety on
+1.
how they might overcome certain obstacles. Okay. You see
What was the obstacle?
a gang interfering in this case.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So basically you're either like pushing your way through or like weaving your way through.
Yeah, the difference would be like the Fezzik route or the Indigo route. Which do you
There you
take?
go.
And the Fensic route was not wanting to do any lethal damage to people, so was being overly cautious, and
Of course.
managed to fall back.
You were
were
a little,
trying
you were a
to-
little too polite.
You're
I
being
was much too
respectful.
polite. I was, yes, being respectful.
Oh, excuse me. Pardon me.
Pardon me. Make way, make way.
Can I shout at the guy just to see if I can get him just to look at me for a moment? Just like, hey, Dromar! Or Dormar! And does he like turn?
He doesn't seem to acknowledge that name. No.
He's in deep cover,
okay.
too.
At this point, that everyone gets this idea that maybe this is going to go on a little too long, and you're going to run out of steam because this guy's quick and has buddies helping him out and has like oil slicks he's dropping. So maybe we can find a shortcut here. If you want to attempt to make a shortcut, roll an intelligence check. Not a save, an intelligence check. And only if you want to try this. Hinting that there might be some good sides and potentially some bad
Am I
sides.
able
this.
to toss a guidance on myself while running?
That is an ability check, yes.
I'm going to do it.
I'm going to keep my current pace.
Ew.
7.
That is 9.
Okay, so you two are making this?
Uh-huh.
I have nothing to lose since I'm in the back.
Oh, no, yeah, you do.
Don't say that.
Oh. Intelligence. 19.
Okay. Actually,
Ha!
yeah. Ulseth. Ulseth gets to move up 2 tiers from
Nice.
a fairly brilliant cut-through strategy. Because one of you succeeded, there are no negatives. The
Oh, thank
other
goodness.
2 don't lose any ground
I rolled a 2.
as you react to
I rolled a 5.
following Ulseth through. It doesn't gain you guys any ground because you had to kind of, stop, turn around, look. But Ulseth does move up in this case.
I have found a shortcut. You may follow this.
Oh, thank you, Ulseth. Good job.
You are welcome.
Where'd you guys come from?
I bet that was unexpected.
Okay, now I need
Dromar's
everyone in the
gonna
group to make an intelligence save right now.
Save.
An intelligence
Intelligence
save,
save.
yes.
Well, I'm actually okay with those.
Yeah, I am too.
If I roll
I'm not.
16.
8.
Okay. Yeah. What about you, Ulseth?
Oh, another one?
Yeah, everyone needs to make an intelligence saving throw, not an intelligence check. So that may be different for people.
12.
Okay. And 9s?
The smartest member of your party got a 2.
2? Okay.
The smartest member. No, I got a 16.
All right. And it looks like it's Soria and Dromar in the back? Mm-hmm. Okay, Soria, you, because of the rules here, you fall back 2 tiers on this.
Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, the second closest party member with the lower initiative will lose 2 tiers from taking a brilliantly bad shortcut. Inspired by Ulseth, you try to do this again, and this time, instead of choosing just the right shop to duck through, you choose just the wrong shop to duck through, and
I grew up here.
so you need a minute to recover from what you were doing.
I'm gonna shout in... Can I shout in Thieves' Cant?
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna shout in Thieves' Cant to the goblin, and
Yeah, I'm the guild master.
yeah, and I'm gonna say, it's don't worry, I'm a fellow thief. Slow down. We're here. I just want to talk to you.
Go ahead and make a persuasion roll here.
Yeah.
Let's see, persuasion. Okay. 13.
He kinda, as he's running, so this is a little bit like out of breath. It just is looking back at you and going, "Nah, funny way of showing you from thief when you're chasing after me." And like he's registered this, but it doesn't seem to have phased him.
Since I was waiting for him to turn around, can I use the spell Minor Illusion to create a barrel image in front of him? So when he turns and looks forward, he's going to see a barrel in front of his direction that he wasn't expecting.
Like right in front of him.
Yeah, that's an interesting use of this. So what I'm gonna do, since you're kind of moving and thinking on the fly here, I'm gonna say roll a d20 and add your charisma modifier, which is your spellcasting school, to this. So to just see how believable you can make this illusion, and it's going to be contested. On
25.
Wow.
Nice.
All right.
Oh,
That's a
19 plus
barrel.
6.
Not a firkin or anything.
As he...
Oh, modifier?
You
said
don't have to
modifier,
worry
right?
about it. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. You very much beat this contested roll here. As you conjure this barrel illusion in front of him, it's clearly got some effect on him, and he catches it and kind of stumbles and turns and twists and everything like that. Everyone can now move up 1 tier. He's stumbled and caught himself.
As that happens, wait, did you move up yourself, Soria?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, you're very far behind.
that's what happens when you're
going
mostly
to-
dead all day. Yeah.
I'm going to try
athletics.
taking out my hand crossbow
In robes
and
too.
shooting him in the back of one of his legs to try hobbling him.
Non-lethally.
Go ahead and make that roll with disadvantage because you are running he is running, and you're aiming for a specific body part. So roll with disadvantage.
Makes sense. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see. That will be 16.
You actually managed to hit him where you were
Nice.
aiming. It's not quite as direct of a hit as you would have liked, but it hits him in the knee and stuns him. And you guys can all move up. He's stumbled down and caught himself. You guys have caught your quarry now.
Huzzah!
The cat pounces on him.
All right.
Does Ulset have to say, "You who were our quarry"?
I mean, that's up to
Ulset
Ulsa.
doesn't have to say that.
Oh, good. Then Ulset won't. Ulset does, however, grab hold of Dormar so that he can't get away.
Dormar.
So
now
you've
that
got-
we're close, do I recognize this goblin?
No, you haven't seen him before.
Okay. Does he have any fervent tech on him? Anything that we can see that he's carrying that he's stolen or anything?
But not visibly. Right now, you guys are just sort of like surrounding him. You've got him pinned down a little bit.
I've got him held.
So you picked him up and you're like holding him now?
Yes.
All right, so you've got him picked up and you're holding him up off the ground, and he can't really do anything, can't really get away at the moment.
Okay.
And he doesn't
Let's
have like any fervent
interrogate
tech.
him somewhere.
What were you
Not in the middle of the street.
Yeah, you guys are in the middle of basically a block or two off the town center right now. It's a pretty busy part of the street.
I'll still just say what I said in the middle of the street. What were you doing?
What's it to you, huh?
Well, we caught you. So now by the rules of engagement, you have to tell us what you were doing.
I don't have to tell you anything.
I'm gonna punch him in the gut.
Oh, I'm not gonna make you roll. You have him restrained. So,
Tell us.
oof. I don't have to tell you anything. You cop? Are you? I
If
don't know what you
don't tell
are.
us what we want to hear, I will play my ocarina for you.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
you don't
doesn't-
want that. Believe me.
That doesn't sound that bad. That's not much of a threat.
Oh, it's terrible.
That's
You
horrible.
just lost all of it.
No, stop. Stop.
We either just woke
Oh
our
my
viewers
God,
up from their
ears.
nap or blew out their hearing
At this
aid.
point,
Eardrums.
Ulset does say, "You who were our quarry and whom I am now holding, these awful people will continue to torment you with physical and auditory abuse unless you do cooperate." And do I see any place nearby where we can get off of the middle of the street?
I mean, literally anywhere that isn't the middle of the street, you can go to.
Let's take him back to the museum, Olseth.
Yes, we will carry you back to the museum.
This is the saddest, this is a grown adult goblin that's being baby Bjorn
I walk up.
to several blocks back.
Did we catch him?
Yes,
Yeah, we got him. Sorry, don't worry about it.
I do have him captured, and we are taking him back to the museum.
Oh, can you carry
Yeah,
me
we're
too?
just-
No. Yes, you may climb on,
I just get on your back.
and I do not even exercise.
Weird flex, but okay.
Princess Bride.
So we go back to the museum.
Yes. You who are just one walking, and I who am three.
No one should try running in robes. It sucks.
I mean, you could not wear robes. You could wear other clothes.
Maggie wears robes.
Maggie is
Maggie
much of
wears
an
more than
athlete.
that one outfit.
Didn't you get new clothes?
Yeah, I'm wearing the new robes.
Yeah, the new robe, right.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I mean-
2 outfits.
Maybe
you guys
today
are-
is a pants day for Maggie. You never know.
Are we at the museum yet? I'm getting tired.
Sure. All right, so you managed to take this goblin, what you believe to be a would-be thief, back to the place they were trying to thieve from. Excellent plan. And when you get inside, you set him down on a chair. Toddy is kind of cleared away a little interrogation area in the background.
So you don't know this goblin, right? We didn't just like catch your husband or something.
No, I'm not making
Okay, good. We didn't actually check.
I don't have anybody like that, no.
Not since Ludolf.
And you said you
Oh,
tied,
I mean, we did it for a little while, but
you tied the goblin up on a chair. Right?
Yeah, I'm gonna tie him to the chair so he cannot get away and steal more stuff.
I'm just sitting here amazed that you took the thief back to the place they were trying to thieve from.
It's fine. He's
Now we
tied
can
up.
be like, what were you trying to steal? Just point at.
We're gonna just like carry him in the chair through all the rows.
You're gonna make me
trying to
do
steal
that.
this.
Yeah.
Are you trying to steal this?
Or, are we trying to steal this? Oh, yeah, well, here you go. Hang on to this. I don't want to get confused. Have to come back
Don't get
later.
caught next time.
That's
Now,
the
if I were trying to rob this place, this is how I would have done it. Let me tell you.
He's a security expert.
Taldriana, do you know this goblin?
We already
Not
asked.
that one, but the one in the chair.
No, I don't know him. He's totally new to me.
Well, now we know nothing.
Yeah, well, that's why we questioned him.
What does...
One is just going to look at back and forth.
Excuse me, sir. What's your name?
Kimmit.
Kimmit?
Kimmit.
Like Kermit.
Where are you from?
No, like Kimmit. Not like Kermit,
Where are you
like
from,
Kimmit.
Kimmit?
I'm from Silsine.
Oh, that's where I'm from.
That's where most of us are from.
Well, yeah, but, there's some of us that aren't from there, so I was just checking. Don't be a jerk about it.
I mean, you did just catch me. And
Well,
now
yeah,
you've
you were
carried me
trying to
around
rob
like a
us from
sad
us.
baby.
Here.
But you were trying to steal from here, right?
Yeah, I was. I'm not going to lie
Do
about that.
do you recognize me, perhaps?
No.
You aren't into this.
Why would I recognize you?
Oh, well, maybe you've heard of me. I am Dromar, 3-time world strutting champion.
Oh, wow, I got captured by I don't care.
Wow.
This is my favorite prisoner so far.
What? No!
I mean,
Stab you
that
in the
cat's
butt,
the one who
Nines.
caught me.
What's your relationship to the Thieves Guild?
He's killed.
He's definitely a member.
What are you talking
Maybe
about?
even the leader.
The leader, yes.
Who do
I
you
don't know
work
how many
for?
times I have to tell you guys.
Well, I guess they would call me an independent business owner. I work for myself, I guess.
Did someone
And what's
hire
your
you?
business?
Did someone hire you to do this theft?
Like, I have to tell you anything.
You do.
Yes, you must
I
tell
wave
us.
my ocarina around menacingly.
Okay. Just no more of that. Look, I don't work for anybody. I'm just out on my own thief. But, like, someone's paying a lot of money for fervent tech. This place is a pretty easy target. It's just laying around.
Who's paying for it?
I don't know who they are. I never get to
Well,
see
how are
any.
you going to collect?
Look, have any of you ever been thieves before?
Yes. No.
Yes.
He has.
Look, it's a drop box system. We put it in, then we get a payout later. We arrange drop points and pickups, all, black bag kind of stuff.
Where were you going to drop this off?
They got one central spot that they have everyone bring the stuff to. I'm guessing it's probably near their place because they want to be able to see what's going on and who put things in there. It's over by this boarded up warehouse.
Where's the warehouse?
It's over on I think it's on the west side of town. Yeah.
That's the one that
It's about that
Ludolf-
lake that they keep
Ludolf-
talking about.
Ludolf had some people watching that.
I mean, it's towards the lake's direction.
I hear the lake's really nice, and we should absolutely.
Ludolf
It's a
said,
place that must be visited by anyone who comes.
but no, Ludolf said that there was this boarded up warehouse, and he had people watching it who are supposed to report back in a few days.
Yes, he did.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. All right, so that's where the Dropbox is?
Yeah, I mean, at least the one that I use.
How much are they paying?
It depends. And the least I've ever gotten for it is 30 gold a piece of fervent tech that I bring in. It's pretty easy work.
They just pay for any fervent tech? It doesn't matter what it is?
That's the way it seems, yeah. They pay more for the bigger stuff. Like, hey, that's Zweigeld ice. Whoa.
You are at the mill?
No, that's way too dangerous. A whole bunch of them got killed. I think about 7 of them died. I didn't mess around with that, but it paid out a lot. Rumor on the street had it paying out 10,000 gold for whatever they took from there. So who's ever still alive from that job, well, they made out pretty good. But I'm not willing to risk my neck.
Are you familiar with the name Crom?
Doesn't ring a bell.
How about Coromanth?
Neither is that.
Do you know any big guys with square boots?
I mean, I know a few.
About his size?
Square-toed boot shoes?
I mean, I've seen a few people like that around here, sure.
What do you
More
Where
than
they
one.
hang out?
Have you heard any word about an attempt to steal from the Tibok estate?
Someone stole from the Tiblocks?
No, I'm just wondering if you've heard something.
I mean, you wouldn't be asking unless someone tried.
Well, no, we're just going to systematically go through all the farming guilds in the area.
You guys are very good at this, are you?
Someone did try to steal from the Tibok estate, yes.
Well, that's news to me. I mean, none of the usual faces around here said anything about that job, but, well, the best jobs are the ones you don't really hear about.
Exactly. Yeah, a good thief doesn't get caught. And I'll
Wow.
glare at him a little bit.
He glares back at you, like,
That's some shade.
Did you take anything right before we heard you and ran after you?
no, I'm here. I mean, kind of reaches down and just turns out all those various pockets.
You didn't stash it on the street while we were running?
You guys saw me the whole time.
I'll
Yes.
You're pretty sure
Pat
that
him
he
down.
didn't stash anything anywhere.
I'd like to pat him down just to make sure he doesn't have anything on him.
Yeah, I just like to pat things.
I think most
Okay, go ahead and
important...
make an investigation check.
Guidance.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Without
And
guidance.
you're just trying to pat him down to see if there's any, like, pieces of fervent tech and other elements that he might be hiding. Or are you looking for anything more than that?
That's the main thing I'm looking for, but I'll just see what all he has on him. If he's got any weapons or anything at all, basically.
He's going to turn out to be a dirty baby, isn't
Like
he?
an extra set of thieves' tools.
I mean, you find what you expect. You guys didn't, like, take his weapons or anything when you brought him back. He's got a couple of daggers. He's got some like, sharp tacks on his person.
Glad he didn't throw those at us.
Me too. They hurt to step on. I
a
have some.
lockpick set. They're pretty standard kind of thieves.
You should
kit.
take a backup thieves kit.
I'm okay.
But what if yours break or something?
I mean, mine will be fine. I don't want to take his stuff. You know.
He's a thief.
Stealing's wrong.
Yeah, but there's
I take the thieves kit. I take the thieves.
You can't take. I have it in my hands. What are you trying to snatch it out of my hand?
Yeah. I grab it from
I'm
you.
making a opposed dexterity check.
All right, go ahead. Make a sleight of hand and then make an opposed dexterity check to it.
5.
What'd you get?
5.
Oh,
Sorry,
wow. Yeah, I didn't roll well, but I've definitely rolled better than that.
So he tries to like poke her hand in there and grab the stuff, and you're just like,
I want them.
No! There's an honor among thieves.
Is there? Is that a Thieves Guild rule?
It is the code of the Thieves Guild.
That sounds like something Thieves Goods would say.
I'm gonna hold on to this stuff until we let you go.
Kimmit.
Yeah.
Can I call you Kimmit?
I mean, that's my name,
Mr.
so
K.
I don't know what else you'd call me.
I need you to
Dormar.
formally apologize to Todriana here.
What?
Formally apologize for trying to steal from Todriana.
What are you gonna make him do? Right on the blackboard too?
A letter
Is
of
there a blackboard in
apology.
here?
Wait, you want me to write a letter?
No, just give her apologize.
All right.
Turns to look at Todriana.
I'm sorry.
Say it like you mean it.
I'm sorry that I tried to steal from you. You're just such an easy mark to steal from.
And
You should probably consider, like, I don't know, upgrading the security or something around here.
and promise that you will not steal from her again.
Well,
say
what
it
you
like you
do?
mean
What
it.
I
Yes,
just-
let's not just say don't steal at all. Just don't steal from this particular place.
Well, this is a thief.
Yeah, that'd be
Don't
like
want to destroy
saying,
his
like,
livelihood.
hey, butcher, don't ever cut meat up again.
Yeah. Captain Solok, I'm not too familiar with this town. Is there any bounty on thieves?
Not that I'm aware of. I feel sort of obliged to turn him in to the local authorities.
I think we
but
should.
I defer. This is your job. I defer to you guys on how you want to handle this.
Yes, I am the law.
Thank you, Judge Dredd.
While this is
Let's just
happening,
do
I'd
that.
like to try and pickpocket the thieves' tools from Dormar.
All right, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
With guidance.
What kind of check am I making?
God.
What did you get, Sophia?
I rolled a natural 1, plus 2,
Oh boy.
plus 1.
So
4.
I rolled a 2, but my bonuses are still going to make it higher than you, plus you got a
Yes.
crit fail.
This is like the saddest display of thievery.
Basically, the two of you are just slapping each other's hands. No.
And it doesn't even need to try to stop any of this. This is just sort of sad display of.
Like a cat.
Stop it, Soria. Okay. Why don't we'll make a deal with you.
I'll pay you 10 gold for him.
No. I'm going to... did he have any gold? Did he have any money on him?
No, he did not have any money on him.
He's a very poor thief.
He just got 30 gold from his last job.
Well,
Maybe.
perhaps like
But he doesn't necessarily keep
a
it
smart thief, he probably doesn't take all of the money that he's earned from thieving with him everywhere he goes.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crowbar.
Like some people.
Yeah, I mean, I put it away in savings accounts and everything. Like, you have to plan for the future.
Retirement.
Commander Zoloth had suggested
think I
that
can
we
be this nimble?
turn him
does
over
the
to the
Thieves Guild
local
have a
authorities.
Look,
What's
Having done that,
here's
we-
what I'm going to do.
You guys,
We'll let you go if you take us and show us this Dropbox.
I feel like we need to turn this guy in.
Why? We let everyone go.
No,
There was a whole group of people after us, and we let them go.
no.
if you had,
That's not the crime.
we've turned
Attempted
in-
murder?
We've turned in like every single bandit. They just happen to get gainful employment afterward.
Yeah, but those we got bounties for all of them.
And if
we're not
Jomar
getting
had
paid,
been-
I don't know.
Is this like a thief thing?
it is. If Dromar had
Yes.
been paying attention, Dromar would know that it was not a drop box, but an entire drop warehouse. Much bigger than a box.
I mean, there is
like
a literal
You
box
said it was
outside
at
of it.
the warehouse.
much like a hogshead is bigger than a
it's
firkin.
not. You don't drop things just into the warehouse. You weren't listening, Olseth. He said there's a
was
drop
listening.
box at the warehouse.
I was listening very carefully.
Come in.
yeah? You guys are real experts in all this.
Do you know anything
And
about?
all.
Do you know anything about people going into the sewers?
I mean, people go in the sewers, sure.
Is it like being used as like a thieves' highway?
Why the hell would we go in the sewers? It's disgusting. There's like rats and disease down there.
Because people said that people were.
Where are you guys getting all this idea about thieves guilds?
The internet.
We read about it in the paper.
Okay, well, I guess go ask the author of that journal. He clearly knows more than I do.
The
Will you show
solution.
us this place if we let you go?
I feel like we should take a vote on letting the criminal go.
I want to see him in jail. It'll be funny.
Oh, good lord, I'm just gonna go turn myself in.
Y'all are so weird. I mean, I don't understand. We literally, people try to murder us, and we're like, oh, you're cool. We'll let you go. This guy doesn't even succeed at stealing a thing. We catch him, and you're like, he must face justice.
No, I just want the thieves' tools.
I mean, I'm not giving you the thieves' tools, whether we turn him in or not.
You should offer to let him go in exchange for thieves.
Yeah, I'll vote with you to let him go if you give me the thieves' tools.
What are you going to use him for, Soria?
I'm gonna unlock stuff.
Yeah,
Probably.
good luck with that.
She's the master of unlocking.
Knows doors very well.
Yeah, I have to conquer my
Originally, you told
fears,
me
which
to take him
means
as a second set of thieves' tools.
yeah, but then you wouldn't.
I mean, I have him right now.
So
Then give him back.
why don't you show us where the box is, and then we'll decide on your status.
Sure. I'm just confused. He turns to Soul. Are
right.
you with them? No. I mean, sort of. Are they always like this? Yeah,
Yes.
as far as I can tell. That's how they usually are. Oh. Oh no.
This Valerie representing the company of blades.
That was a great zoom lag right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Would this be a
We'll
good
follow-
time to go to the library?
After
We
we
don't need to
I,
bring him to the library with us. Why don't we have him show
Oh no,
us first?
please. I can use some books to check out. Can we get a move on?
all
Well,
right.
then let's bring him to the library with us.
Yes.
No, I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, he's being
I bet he has overdue books.
okay. So
I bet he tried to steal this.
What?
all right, we will execute. Take him to the.
Yes, let's kill him now.
All right, let's go to the warehouse. Have him show us the drop-off point, and then figure out what to do.
Yes, let's do that.
I'm just
I'll
glad you guys
untie him.
picked something to do.
I will untie him and
And this is
motion
good
for him to show the way.
because this is the beginning of a plan.
He's
And
just
there is
gonna
no more.
immediately drop tags and run.
I took all his stuff. He can't drop tags.
Oh, you took all of it? Okay.
Yeah, I said I'm taking all of his stuff until we let him go.
All right, lead the way and don't run away like you just did.
You know what? I just want this over with. Let's move.
We just wear people down emotionally.
That's a strategy to get viewers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Todriana calls out behind.
Well, thanks for, stopping him from thieving whatever he was going to take.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Do you all require any help? So
I think so, but I don't know if you can help us with this sort of thing.
I think the kind of help that you need is not one I can provide.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
That seems underhanded to me, but okay.
if you need
Execute.
me, I will be back at Company House.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You see him take sort of a shaky step off and make his way down the street.
He's regretting a lot of life choices right now.
He was fairly hungover, and then you all basically spent the last 30-ish minutes
Yelling at each other.
yelling at each other. It's not
What we do.
It's not pleasant for Soloth right now.
If I recall correctly, the warehouse is on the west side of town.
Well, why don't we just let him show us? Because he knows where it is. We don't need to recall correctly.
Are you guys letting me do what you asked me to do?
Yeah, we're
or-
walking right
Lead
now.
the way.
Okay.
Lead the way.
Are you sure? You seem...
Yeah,
Yes.
try not to get more than 90 feet ahead of us. We're gonna be
Try
real
not to get more than
laissez-faire
like
about
5 feet
this.
ahead of us.
I mean, you can just walk right behind me. Perfectly fine. I hate tall people.
It's just he starts walking down the street, and
Which direction is he going?
at the moment he's going northward, making his way more towards some part of town. You've never been on this path. As he meanders through the city streets, you get the sense that he's not taking a direct path there, and he keeps sort of doubling back from time to time. But he's slowly making his way westward.
Do I feel like he's leading us into a trap or anything?
You don't
Insight
really
check.
know. I mean, I don't think that you would feel that way, since this is in the middle of public streets. He's not leading anywhere that's
Like,
off.
Like weird or...
Dromar, you get the sense that he's probably doing this to avoid anyone following you guys,
Yeah, makes sense.
or try to point them out. You don't see this as suspicious behavior. The rest of you might, but you're not in anywhere that's like hidden away or kind of dangerous. This is all in fully public view here.
Yeah, when you're going somewhere like you're doing illegal stuff, you don't just walk straight there.
So
You would know, being master
Yes,
of
I
the
would.
Thieves Guild.
after about an hour's worth of walking through the city, kind of doubling back on some routes from time to time, you arrive at the street that was described to you by Ludorf the previous day. And you recognize this now boarded up warehouse that looks in some parts dilapidated, but the doors, the windows, and everything, they're all like very securely boarded shut with like iron straps over the outside of these woods, binding them all together and everything. So this is really like a sewn up tight sort of security situation around this building. Whoever is inside does not want anyone else getting inside. And Kimmit points over to this pretty inconspicuous looking crate that's just sitting out nearby another separate warehouse. It says,
That's the one. It meant to look pretty nondescript, but you drop something in there, you walk away. A few days later, you go to your arranged drop point and you pick up your pay. Simple.
I will look inside the crate.
Are we? I assume we're not right there at the crate, right? We're like a little bit away, and he's pointing it out to us.
yeah, you're like 150 or so feet away. Like
okay.
you're back a little ways. Yeah.
Okay.
How about this? You all wait here for a moment. I'll walk by, pretend I'm dropping something in, and take a look.
Sure.
Sound good?
Guidance.
Thank you.
I will put my hood up, and
Where'd Dromar go?
I'm not hiding. I'm just
Yeah, we know.
and I'll just walk by and pretend to kind of put something in and look inside and see what's there.
Inside, you see it lined with some hay, kind of soft bottom, but you don't, in a quick glance, because you're trying to be subtle. Well, you don't get a whole lot of a really good sense of what's in there. Just some hay at the bottom, a little bit of hay maybe lining up some of the sides a bit, but there's nothing in there that you can see.
Is there metal
quickly.
lining?
There's nothing like what you saw at the museum. There don't seem to be any precautions around this. It's just a crate that's got a well-disguised hinged lid, and you just quickly drop something in, and you're on your way.
Okay. I'll make kind of a roundabout way back to the rest of the group. Maybe like ducking back into an alley and then going back a different way.
All right, you take a few minutes to sort of meander away and then make your way back, checking behind you to see if anyone's following, and no one seems to be.
Okay.
Is there another building that seems to have a line of sight towards the box?
I mean, tons of buildings. There's a lot of. This is the first time you're kind of away from more bustling streets. This is clearly more storage and some manufacturing and stuff in this part of town. And you've got a lot of buildings lining these streets. They're not as close together as in the more residential and commercial areas of this city, where they're buttoned right up next to each other. These have some space between them, but there's easily a dozen buildings that have a line of sight to this box.
I'll actually be looking around to see if I spot Ludolf's person who's been watching.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
17.
You look around, kind of carefully studying the outlying areas, but you don't see anybody here.
Okay.
Let me know when I
Is there a sewer entrance nearby?
Oh, you're back now. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
back. Okay.
Yeah, you took a few minutes and made your way back and didn't see anyone following you, so you feel fairly safe.
That's a good question.
Yeah, is there a sewer entrance nearby?
Yeah, you don't need to make a perception check for this one, because most of the streets have some sort of sewer cover that's been along the way. There's storm drains that have been installed for all the rain that this city gets, and there are these open grates, and then there's access holes that have been covered, and pretty much everywhere has this. So, just like everywhere in the city, there's an access point. It's not really telling you anything about it.
There's not evidence that there, like, one is just constantly being pulled back and forth, like there's, like, scratch marks near them.
Or like muddy boots. Or
From where you are standing off the side, the nearest one is about 60 feet from you, give or take 3-4 feet. And at this distance, you can't make out quite clearly. And it's night, so not everything is illuminated so well. And you have those very pretty but more dim lamps with those beautiful fluttering orbs floating in and out of them. It's hard to see if there's anything. You could go up to it and check it out more closely if you wanted to, though.
I'm going to arrive back with the group and say,
There didn't seem to be, from a quick glance anyway, anything in the box. Did you all notice anything?
nope. But Nines thinks that maybe they're coming from the sewer.
Oh, yeah, that could be.
We should go check out that sewer hole.
Well, why don't I first...
Dromar is going to take out his looking glass and see if he can see anything.
Have DM inspiration for that. That's impressive.
Thank you.
And I'll give you guidance.
You brought a
Thank
prop.
you.
So this is the inspiration you can bank, and you can use it at any time. You have it until
Nice.
you use it. But she's giving you guidance, so you can add a d4 to this roll if you wish.
Thank you. So I'm gonna let me know if I need to roll 2 separate checks for this or just one. But I'm gonna look both at look around at both the sewer grates and up around, see if there's any, like, basically do what Soria was doing. I had the same thought of seeing if there's any good vantage points from windows or rooftops or something where people could be keeping an eye out on this drop point.
All right. So we'll do 2 for this.
Okay.
The first one, which one do you want to roll for first? Checking out the vantage points or checking out the sewer cover?
First, I'm going to look at the vantage points. So I'm going to look up high and see if I can see anything up there.
Go ahead, make your roll.
And I rolled a natural 20. It's the first one of the night.
Yeah,
or the day.
People
one of
are
Eddie
getting
and
wise
four.
to you, and you're like, I better space these out.
So you look around at the surrounding buildings. You know, like you previously determined with just a quick glance, there's a lot of vantage points over this. None that seem to be particularly better than anything else. You study each as long as you can without seeming too suspicious. And nothing is standing out to you. It
I don't
doesn't
see
look
anybody at any of them.
No,
looking.
it doesn't look like if someone is watching this box. There's not an indication from looking around the windows where they might be watching from. There's a bunch of equally good positions to keep an eye on this. So you're not getting any help from looking around for something like that. You're not seeing anything that's sticking out to you, at least.
Sounds good. Then I'm going to move on. Thank you. I didn't use the last one.
Oh, you didn't?
You don't
No,
get
since
two.
I had the natural.
Yeah, he doesn't need it since he just rolls nat 20s all the time.
Right.
So now I'm gonna look down at the sewers.
Okay.
That one I will use the guidance on. It's pretty good, but can always use more. So that's gonna be. This is investigation.
Yeah. Yep.
That's gonna be a total of 26.
You take a good long look, seeing if there's any, not just like scrape patterns from this moving up in case someone was being more careful, but are there any sort of like boot prints or mud stains or anything? And there's not a lot of evidence that's sticking out to you here. You can see that the grate has been moved from time to time. There's some scuff marks from where it looks like the grate was probably placed that kind of line up with the pattern, but it doesn't seem like there's been a lot of movement. If they're accessing this place from the sewers like you'd been kind of tipped off to, they're not doing it from the closest one to the warehouse.
Okay. Do
I'll even say, like, you take the time to look at a few around you, and they all seem to be pretty much the same.
Well, he's investigating. I'd like to look at this warehouse. Is it look like it's sealed, like it can't be opened without like heavy tools, or is it like just got a lot of extra reinforcement on like a locked door?
It looks like, just a cursory glance, it looks like a lot of reinforcement.
Okay.
You wouldn't really know what to look for to know if, like, oh, you're going to need a whole bunch of stuff to get in this place. It's just not, you've never encountered anything like that.
But it's not like there's like a steel bar welded across the front door, so it just can't be opened at all.
No,
Okay.
no, nothing like that. It's, from what you can tell, pretty clear that whatever is in there, someone wants to keep safe, but they still need to use it as a warehouse, because everything looks like it can still function. It's not
So they could just come out of the warehouse.
They could, yeah, in theory.
I'll say this, Dromar, when you did investigate the Dropbox crate, did you see if there could be any way into it other than the lid?
Not that I noticed. Well, Seth, I didn't do a deep investigation of it because I was trying to, kind of get in and out quick, not seem like I was investigating it. It basically just looked like a box lined with hay, which is kind of weird to line a box with hay instead of straw, because hay you can actually feed to animals. But whatever.
It is a waste of fodder. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But if that's their thing, and I didn't see anything in it. Didn't see anything, really noticeable about it, except it was just a box.
Was it right up against the wall or separate from it?
Lexi?
There wasn't anything that it was like, I'm guessing you're trying to surmise if it was up against a building that someone could like do the magician's trick and kind of like reach through a false panel.
Or
right?
like from
No,
the sewers below.
The box is sitting out in front, away from walls, on concrete. Now, you didn't try to kick it or move it. It's entirely possible that there's something underneath it that you couldn't see.
Why don't you just go pick the box up?
And the box was visible, but it was kind of disguised to make it so it wasn't clearly like a drop box, right?
Yeah, the hinges to lift that lid open were hidden. They were inside of it rather than an exterior hinge. To just give it the appearance that this is a perfectly normal looking crate, and it goes, it moves around and everything like that. So it's all meant to make it look as ordinary as possible.
Maybe it is ordinary.
It was, it just it was over there. I'll just point it out. It just looks like a crate from the outside, but it's got a hinged inside, so it actually is a drop box. But, you know, if you didn't know it was there, you probably wouldn't think anything of it if you just walked by.
So the only other way in, other than the top, would be possibly from the bottom. Is this
Yeah, potentially. If there's a false bottom or something like that, yeah.
Is that something we wish to know, or shall we just move on?
Why don't you just pick it up?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Just go over and
Just
pick it up.
yes. Okay.
I don't think anyone's watching.
Okay, well,
And if they are, they'll be impressed that you can lift it.
Watching, and as far as I can tell, I mean, if somebody is watching, they're hiding pretty well. And as far as I can tell, none of the sewers around here look particularly well traveled, like they're going in and out. So I imagine there is somebody watching, since they know when stuff's dropped off and who to pay. But you know, if you pretended to be a worker or something, maybe are there other crates around?
I'm going to be...
Yeah, I mean, you're in a warehouse district, so there's lots of crates.
Yeah, also, we'll just walk over to the crate, but as he gets to it, okay, we'll trip on a crack in the walkway or on a cobblestone, whatever this thing is made of.
Guidance.
Bump up against the crate, and as I'm pulling myself up because I've fallen, I'll be using the crate as, you know, my balance point and attempt to, like, move it or lift it.
What kind of check is this roll?
Probably a performance.
It's a life alert check.
Well, so performance is much more about, like, you're trying to perform a thing. I'm going to say that to convincingly appear as though you're tripping, this is going to be, you could accomplish this with either athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, and I will. Are you giving me a guide?
I already did.
Are you rolling athletics, I'm assuming?
I'm rolling athletics. Oh, why not? 18, 27.
Okay.
Nice.
You mentioned
I am quite athletic.
a pretty good job throwing your weight in such a way and kind of bracing yourself in such a way that you can get a lot of your force into this crate to try to move it while also not hurting yourself too much. So you can kind of like catch yourself in this crate. You've done a very good job of making it seem like a genuine trip.
So I'm pushing up against the top of it, just kind of trying to lift it, like tilt it over to see if there's anything
knock it
underneath.
over.
Not knock it over, but just lift it so I can see underneath it.
When you go crashing into this crate, to all 7 foot of you.
7 foot 8 inches.
Yeah, that's true. 7 foot
counting.
7 foot 8 inches of you goes smashing into this.
Dromar would count.
And
I'm not measuring you.
Just being angry about it.
Yes.
I know you're taller than me. That's all I need to know.
That's all you need to.
We're all
How
taller than
much
you.
taller? Not down
you're
to
about 3 Dromars.
That's great. We should definitely start measuring things in Dromars.
And what about this
This is
crate?
like
Like, I heard Dormar's like 1.3 Dromars.
That doesn't even make any sense.
So how are you feeling about all this, Kimmy?
You guys are weird. Can I leave? I've shown you the thing. Can I get out of here now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, bye.
Okay, he left without any of his stuff.
I
Can
guess
I
I'm
have
keeping
it?
his stuff.
He doesn't want it. You didn't.
Yes, he's quitting thieving forever. Good job, everybody.
how many extra daggers do I have now?
You have 2 very crappy daggers. These are not in good shape.
2 daggers, the tax, plus an extra set of thieves' tools.
But
Awesome.
you should help
There you
teach
go.
me how to unlock doors so I can overcome my fear of them.
You have a fear of doors?
I've never seen them
I thought
before.
you just didn't know what they were.
I don't know what you've made up for my backstory.
Ulseth is
Fear
now
of the
laying
unknown.
face down on the side here.
So how you doing?
I don't know what this door is, and it scares me.
You managed to bring all 7 foot 8 of you crashing into the side of this box, and that's a lot of force there. So you push this further down the block a little bit, and you don't knock it all the way over, but you do kind of knock it up for a second, and you just see more crate, and you've pushed it down, and there's nothing underneath it either.
Okay.
They probably just come and periodically checking it every, like, you know, night or morning or whatever.
As you do crash into it, the boarded up, like tightly sewn up warehouse, not the big main doors, but a side door, opens up and like 7 dudes come pouring out of there.
Ruh-roh.
And one of the guys that comes out is this big, tall, square-booted, really pale looking lug, and it's a furbolg.
Does he have square-toed shoes?
He does. And this guy looks like he could probably use a little bit more sunlight, maybe a bit more vitamin C in his diet.
He needs a weekend getaway.
He does. He's looking a little, not really sickly, but just pale, and sort of like there's a lot of gray tone to his complexion right now. He's not looking great. So he and 6 other Zed come pouring out of this door, and one of the others, not the big tall one of the others says, "Hey, what are you doing?"
I am picking myself up from a fall caused by a flaw in the pavement before your warehouse.
And I'm suing.
This could cost you greatly.
Ulseth Karen.
Have you been hurt in a fall on a concrete sidewalk outside of a warehouse?
Yes, in fact, I have.
Okay, we're gonna have personal injury attorney as sponsors in a few weeks. Great. Oh, I've fallen.
And I could get up and did.
Is this like a
Except I need a
deception?
neck brace.
Oh, we just lost that sponsor.
Are you? How convincing are you trying to be, or are you just like?
I just want them to go away.
Okay, why don't you roll a deception check on this one? You've thrown some theatrics in here. Let's see how you.
Where do they even see us, or are we like off in the?
You're still about 150 feet back or so from all this.
4.
Nice.
Better than it could have been.
I mean, I guess.
I'm pretty sure that you have like a -1 to that.
I do.
Yeah. So
It could have been 0.
it could have
I
been
rolled a
0.
5 and it was a 4.
Still
Yes.
waiting for that to happen.
Are we seeing this though?
You are
Okay.
seeing it.
Okay.
Is this part of plan?
I think so.
Pretty sure you're pretty sure it's not. As you
But it was
are you
very
kind of like
effective
getting
because
yourself
we've
up
now
at this
found
point,
Crumb.
kind of dusting yourself off a little bit, or are you just laying on the ground?
No, I've gotten up. I
Okay,
pushed
so you-
myself
that's-
up on the box. That's how I looked underneath it. That's why I've fallen and I could get up.
All right, you.
Is there any way I can like make my way through like behind things and around stuff in a hidden way to try to get closer to them in case stuff goes down?
You could probably take some time to do that. It would take you probably like a full minute or so to make your way in a hidden fashion, kind of
Okay.
hiding behind things. It'd probably take you about a full minute to get over there.
Dromar is gonna hide.
Okay. Go
and
ahead
he's
and
gonna
make
start making his way over there.
make the one of potentially more stealth checks.
That's 18.
You feel reasonably confident that you've managed to stay out of sight and not be drawing attention to yourself. As this is all going on,
I would like to be doing something as well.
okay, what do you want to be doing?
I'm turning into Coromanth.
Oh, nice. I'm also
And
gonna have
walking out.
my short swords
Wearing
drawn,
a
by
dress
the way.
still.
I'm wearing a robe.
Wearing a robe.
Fancy robes.
Yes, it is fancy robes. Okay. Yeah, as you...
I can't. I assume I don't have time to like change outfits in the middle of the street.
No.
I have a disguise kit.
I
don't
have
think
time
a
to
white
change
tuxedo
outfits,
is in there.
As you are moving closer to this scene, it takes a moment or two to change yourself fully.
6 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get kind of reacclimated with the height change and everything. Over at
Are you going to
Rebel
tell Nines about what you're planning on doing by any
Have I
chance?
ever before?
No, I'll just go roll with it.
you guys are
Nobody
also
tells
excellent
Nines anything.
at planning.
Yeah, Dromar just disappears.
Yep.
Soria is turning from one person to another without telling me, and our Fergamon fighter is arguing with someone, so...
Yeah, over by Ulseth,
Standard. Standard
they look at you
procedure.
and just like, yeah. But the big guy, the tall, the furbog, just looks at the two other ones that are there and gestures towards the crate. And they move out and pick the crate up and just bring it back inside. The same one that was talking to you says, I don't want to see you around here again. Get out. Go on. And they all kind of just move back inside of that.
They all just move back inside.
Yeah.
I
How
turn back
close am I
inside.
when
Yeah.
they are going inside?
You've gotten yourself, you're now about 100-ish feet away, so you're still a good distance away.
Seeing that,
Okay,
I'll
so
turn
I'm not
back
close
into
enough.
my
I can try
car.
to sneak in.
Sneak in the door.
You were not close enough to make that attempt. They open and close this door pretty quick.
Okay.
I leave and walk back to where I had left the party,
Okay.
finding only that the only one there still is Nines. And I say,
Is
hello, Nines. I did find that although it was a safety hazard, there was no other entrance to the drop box. Where have Dromar and Zoria gone to?
I'll walk back.
I don't know, but Coromanth is right here.
I assume I only got like 10 feet or something after changing and starting to walk. So I'm like,
you didn't really make it very far. You kind of stepped out, and now you just like.
Oh, Zoria, you have changed again.
I changed back now.
Dromar is still hiding and like making his way around near the building. Are there, now that he knows exactly where they went in, are there any like windows up near that area?
Around the door, in and out?
Yeah, around the door or like above the door in the same area of the building.
Right next to the door? No. Up on the second level, and this is true of most of the buildings around you, there's some windows that are there, but the shutters are closed and they're kind of barred over. Not like super securely barred over or anything like that. They're just like clasped down with a piece of metal that's covering it. So the shutters couldn't be opened is the point.
Are there any windows on the building that they're in that Dromar thinks he could sneak into without creating too much of a disturbance?
Make a perception check for this one. Now, I normally have you do some investigation, but you're at a distance right now.
24.
When you're looking around at it, trying to understand maybe the layout and possible points of entry, you're basically casing it right now. You don't see any windows that you could easily like get in. All the windows, and you get the sense that only a few different construction groups probably put these buildings together. A lot of them look pretty similar. Most all of them don't have many, if any, windows on the first floor. Almost all of them have all the windows up on the second floor. And the building that you guys are looking at and the one you're trying to case, all of the shutters for these windows, they're closed and there's a bar that's preventing them from moving. They've sealed them up. So they've made some modifications to this building and they're trying to make entry as difficult as possible.
Understandable. I will make my way back to the rest of the group, and once I'm there, I will unhide.
So that's why.
Hi, Dromar.
So that's why I think we need to invest in getting me a cream suit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Perhaps the Company of Blades has one in their closet.
It might.
You never know.
You never know. Or the Thieves Guild. Might have.
Yeah, there's no Thieves Guild. Anyway.
Then why won't we get paid 5,000 gold if we find them?
Yeah, we just need to find some dude's head and you know, say he was the Thieves Guild Grandmaster. Anyway, now that we know where they are, I really want to break in there and see what's going on.
Okay.
Do we want to do anything before that, or?
I mean, I don't want to, but we probably should, yeah.
There is supposed to be information at the library.
So we know that this Crom, who is this furball guy, I think, he matches the description. If we can kill him and get back
Non-lethally.
the fervent tech that he stole, Ludolf will pay us a ton of money.
Yeah,
right?
and if he has the stuff from the Tibok estate, the thing that they lost, then we can collect that reward, and we could pass him off as the guild master of the Thieves Guild and get the money from.
Wait, we also think Crom works for Coromanth, right?
Yeah, we do.
So I could maybe mess with him and look like Coromanth if I can get a suit.
Okay, so why don't we go to the library and go try to find you a suit and then come back here?
Okay.
Yes, they have best suits at the library.
Those were two separate things.
But maybe they have
Thank you for the clarification.
Maybe they have a map of town with all the businesses and like a 5-star rating on which ones are the best ones.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's like a Yelp.
Yeah.
It's a book that you open it and it screams. It's really unpleasant. But
Why would
it does have the
anyone-
best rating.
Why would anyone do that?
It's a magic book. It's quite terrifying and yet necessary at the same time.
I give it 1 star.
Let's go to town.
All right.
There's also a trip advisor. It's this weird guy who just
We're heading to the town
advises you on how to trip people.
Okay.
To the library, execute.
You leave the outskirts of the city, making your way back towards the center of town to go to the
Oh,
library.
by the way, Dromar, I'll just let Kimmit go because I knew that's what you wanted.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And as you make your way back, we're going to take a break for a little bit. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Go get yourselves something to eat. Maybe some eggs today. Maybe some chocolate. Who knows?
Carrots.
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 Unless you're 9s, don't eat chocolate.
Jelly
I
bird
don't
eggs.
what I want.
All right, we'll be back in a little bit, guys. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. Let's hop right back into the action.
Why am I still on this show?
We're very glad that you can join us for this excellent stream this Sunday afternoon.
We're less glad every moment.
Well, those four are. I'm very happy that you're here. I am here at the table with everyone here, Dice and Dungeons. And when we left off, you guys were returning to the library at the center of town. So you could put your noses into some books and old newspaper articles and see what you could figure out about the Thieves Guild.
It's a very strange way to read.
I mean, I'm not one to judge. If you want to read with your nose in a book, I think that probably... Well, people who need reading glasses, you know, you notice them bringing things ever closer to their face sometimes, and ever farther away, trying to get things into focus. And maybe that's where it comes from. People who are just trying to get things in focus for themselves.
Maybe people that want the full sensory experience. They don't want to only read the book, they want to smell the book.
Like, I'll read a book like this, but I'll have a second book like that.
But what if the book like has a different smell than the one you're reading? You know, you're reading
that's
a
why I buy
fantasy
2
book.
copies of everything.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, you wouldn't want to be like having a history book smell while you're reading like a crime book.
No,
you know, that just wouldn't line
that
up.
wouldn't work. No.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, there's never been crime in history before.
No.
Not if it's past the statute of limitations.
That's right. Then it doesn't count as crime.
So as you make your
Anyway, I'm
way,
gonna go read a book. Read a book.
How many are you going to knock on the floor, though?
as you make your way back towards the town center to try to get at the yoke of the problem with the Thieves Guild, understand its origins, because maybe it's sort of a chicken and egg scenario here.
Shall we go to the library?
Apparently, Chad was asking for more puns, so
I did see
is what
that.
you deserve.
I did see that.
this is what you
I don't deserve this.
So Dromore isn't taking
Yes, you
this,
do.
but David Schultz just took 2 psychic damage. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm getting exasperated.
Oh, dear Lord.
The ears are cute, but they're a little hard to wear. You don't take too very long to get back to the center of town, and you already know that the library is at City Hall, so there's not a whole lot of.
You
digging
realize,
around
of course,
you can
that
do.
it only took us a few minutes to get back to the town, but when Kimmett was leading us, it took us an hour.
Yeah, he was going through like back streets and stuff.
Yeah, but
He was taking a very long way. You ever had a taxi cab run up a fare on you? That.
yeah, that.
I knew I shouldn't have paid him so much.
You guys can take the direct path, and like I described the city before, it's very much a hub and spoke system. So it's quite possible to traverse most of the distance of the city within, 15, 20 minutes that you can walk from one end back to the center.
Unless we do it the thieves' way.
I mean, there's more than one Thieves' Way.
On the way there, do I see any nice looking?
Yeah, but what's the one
Clothes
Thieves
shops,
Guild
tailors.
permitted way of doing it?
It's whatever I permit, because I
If there's
am
one
the
that
Thieves
looks
Guild,
like
baby.
it sells suits, I want to stop there.
You find a, catering more towards male tailor shop. They have like several suits in the window.
Before I go in, I'm gonna hide somewhere and make myself into Coromanth.
All right, you duck down one of the back alleys, so that are often behind all of these houses, like we've discussed, and you get yourself a little bit of cover and transform into Coromanth.
And then I'm just gonna buy a suit quick.
All right.
Yeah, it's nothing's quicker than buying a suit.
Yeah, it never takes time. You don't have to get it fitted or
No.
tailored or anything.
I assumed that, I've never bought a suit before, so I assume that is how it works.
Presumably, yes. That is exactly how it works.
Is this a men's warehouse?
I've never actually bought clothes before, so we'll figure this out on the go and I'll walk in.
I will be taking 2 pages of notes on the clothes buying adventure that we are
Statement,
about
I've
to...
never bought clothes before.
I hope you say it really loudly as you walk in.
Oh yeah. I think I'm wearing like
clothes sellers.
I think I was wearing like bright purple arcane robes or something.
Yeah, well, not necessarily arcane robe, but they're very elegant, nice robes that you
unisex robes.
I mean, most robes are sort of unisex. It's a robe.
Yeah.
I don't know what robes you're wearing.
They don't have, like, if you go into a hotel, they don't have, like, the boys' bathrobe and the girls' bathrobe.
I wear only the blue robe. Thank you very much.
This is the men's
Again,
bathrobe. It's loaded
we're
with
staying at.
caffeine.
Every bathroom or hotel bathroom I've ever gone to is gender neutral. What's up with that?
Suit vendor.
You just broke Alexis.
Ulseth is very tempted to walk into the store in order to be able to witness this firsthand.
Yeah, Dromar wasn't going to, but he definitely is now.
All right.
I'm going to stand. Maybe we should stand
Just
like
ignore
on
my
either
entourage.
side of the door, like we're protecting it,
There's
just so that we're inconspicuous.
a young-looking drow that's got like some bandages over his fingers, measuring up sleeves on a suit that's currently laid on the top of a mannequin. Just, it looks like inspecting to make sure that everything is cut the proper way. Can I help you?
Yes, I require a suit for purchase from your store.
Ah, so you require a suit stance.
Yes. That is the lingo that we often use in these sorts of shops.
Yes.
Not only is David Schultz shaking his head, Dromar is definitely shaking his head as well.
There is a place here where we live that sells pretzels. And, hot pretzels. And when you go and you buy a hot pretzel, they literally have to tell you, have a pretzel day.
Oh my goodness.
For every pretzel you purchase from every order, I have a pretzel day. And I'm like, what does that even mean? And I asked,
It doesn't even make sense.
I went there once and I asked them, do you have to say that to everyone? They said, yes. And just looked horrified, and I'm like, I'm so sorry.
That's like if you went to a cheese store and they said, have a Gouda day, at least that would be like, oh, haha, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like, have a pretzel day? What does that mean?
I'm grown tired of my beautiful robes and require a suit made out of beige or green cloth.
Alexis, when they told you that, did you just say, that's twisted?
No, I didn't. I should have. Missed opportunities.
Is anyone still watching? Why?
I think our viewers, this is what you asked for. You asked for more stupid puns, so here we go.
Our under 7 audience is loving this.
They don't have the lexicon to appreciate us.
They don't even watch Rick and Morty. So,
Those of you who are under 7, if you clap like this over and over again, the DM may put her ears back on.
don't encourage
And the
them.
fairy will get its wings.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Vote for it in chat. Why not?
So do I buy the suit?
Mission accomplished.
As you're standing there and you explain that you're looking for a suit, well, we will have to make the suit to you to your measurements, and we shall produce it out of whole cloth.
I need one in an hour.
In
Were there any good-looking beige suits in the window?
there didn't happen to be any beige suits in the window.
Any cream ones?
No, they were all like
Eggshell?
they were
eggshell.
black and blue suits.
I need one for a very important meeting that purple robes aren't appropriate for.
You mean every meeting?
Are you running late for a very important date?
Let me check my watch as I put those bunny ears on.
So they tell you there's not that quickly available production. It takes time. We have to measure you and then fit everything. I'm sorry, we can't produce it in an hour.
It's okay. I'm very familiar with that fact.
This is the most convincing performance.
How quickly could you possibly make a suit for him?
Let me see. One moment, please. This very young-looking drow seems quite flustered with the whole series of events that have led him to this moment in his life.
What, a door opening?
However, he wound up being called a suit vendor and then being asked to produce a tailored suit in an hour. He rushes back into the rear of the store, and you hear some, like, hushed but urgent chattering between a couple of people back there. You hear a few distinct voices, and then the young clerk pokes his head out and goes, how much would you be willing to pay for said suit in an hour?
The normal price plus 50%.
Best negotiator ever. I think Soria is about to get fleeced worse than Bromar did last
I
episode.
do not wish for my suit to be made of fleece.
The vendor looks around. Okay. Is that no problem? No fleece.
I will not get fleeced.
It would cost you 5 gold.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
That is how much I will pay then.
Give it away.
That was David talking, not Bo.
Here is 5 gold.
You hear from the back. Did she pay? I can't believe she...
This is how much I will now pay you in the standard way that suits are purchased in, and pay it all up front.
I mean, he will need it within the hour.
And if it is not completed,
Wait. And there's like 4 of them that scurry out from the back now, and say, hurry, up on the stool, stand on the stool, and measure, and they're like taking all sorts of measurements of you now.
This is very hard with a robot.
And it needs a hat also. What was the hat called? A trilby?
Yeah, and I need some red flare. Some pops of red.
Oh, okay. Yeah, one of them is standing back.
Yeah, I had to draw him for the animation, so I'm well aware of what he was wearing.
And they grab several hats off of. They look like maybe they're demo hats, just like kind of standard sizes. They grab several hats, keep trying it on. You're standing up there. They eventually like take the robe off of you, and.
So this is what Coromanth looks without clothes on, everyone.
I'm assuming that you're wearing more than just a single robe.
That is a big assumption.
Because it was more than just robes that you were given the night before.
Yeah, I'm wearing whatever was given to me.
This is a very odd look. Coromanth isn't like an especially like burly or buff person. But like the clothes that you were given were like elegant robes and a nice like dress and things. So this is a particularly odd arrangement of pieces, as it's got this kind of V cut down here and clearly made for someone with a bosom, and you have none of these things. So they're giving you these weird looks as you're standing here, and they're just like, okay. They measure everything up and go, okay, you leave, we'll have suit in hour.
And as you remember, all suit vendors, discretion comes first.
Of course.
Excellent.
That's half of what you're paying for.
And I will walk out very stiffly. Did I do a good job?
Did you put your robe back on?
Oh yeah, I'll throw the robe back over it. I assumed.
I don't know if you do, because you just walk out very stiffly. I kind of assume you just walk out and don't even think about the robe. Maybe Dromar like grabs the robe and comes after
Thank you.
Here you go, Soria. You might want to dress yourself again.
Did I do a good job buying clothes?
Very good. Good
you.
job, Soria.
And
Best suit buying mission I've ever seen.
And Ulseth turns before leaving and saying, "If it is not done on time, this bard will play his ocarina at you."
I paid them a bunch of money. You don't need to threaten them.
A good time.
So from their perspective, they see a Furbolg kind of poke his head back in as they're leaving, just like, if you don't make this deadline, we'll play music at you.
We're gonna entertain you.
It's a really, it seems like it's not having the effect that you quite want on them.
Oh yeah, dude.
What's the name of this dealer, just so I know?
Fine raiments.
Fine raiments.
Fine raiments.
I asked for a good raiment sort of place.
Well, this is fine.
These are
It's
fine.
They're just
It's
fine.
fine.
They're acceptable.
Now we have to go to the library for exactly 1 hour now.
I'll just leave when it's
That
out.
won't be a problem.
We also need to talk to Sabine,
Yeah.
who will be at City Hall, which is also where the library is.
Yeah.
For some just time of day references here, it's around midnight. So it's been dark for several hours now, and you see people starting to gather at outdoor cafes and things like that to have some lunch.
Is it a full moon?
It is not. It is not a full moon right now.
Waxing or waning?
It is waning.
This is world building.
It is world building.
Somehow this is going to come back to bite me in my ass, isn't it?
Werewolf bite.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we make our way to City Hall.
Or since it's today, were-rabbit.
Yeah, let's take down City Hall.
Yeah.
Only Wallace and Gromit can stop it. All right.
How do you get to City Hall? Practice, practice, practice. Or is that something different?
I don't know, but we got there.
No, definitely City Hall. You had it right.
I will have at this point
100% nailed it.
turned back into Magdalene
All right.
discreetly.
Discreetly as you're walking.
No, I would have just like
You
hid behind a
turn into an
barrel
alley
or
here.
something.
You transform. So you arrive at a City Hall, and you've only been here the one time, and you've only seen this one room. But this time in, you see their primary assistant, Sabine. Now, she is a drow. Looks about middle age, with really long, just absolutely jet black hair.
Hello, are you Sabine?
Yes, I am Sabine.
Hi, I'm Dromar, and these are my compatriots. Maggie,
Magdalene.
Magdalene, and Ulseth, and Nines.
We are maybe familiar with each other.
Obviously, you are quite familiar with one another. How may I help you all?
This is your show.
Why are we here?
You looked like you were about to say something.
How may I help?
I always
Blank
try it.
stare.
We need a suit.
Deer in the headlights.
In an
Can you
hour,
recommend a better than fine suit vendor?
we can make a suit.
It's 5 gold, a good price for suit. I didn't actually ask that.
No, I didn't either. Yes.
None of this has
I wanna
happened.
know,
None of this has happened.
we are here on behalf of the Company of Blades. We were told that you might be able to assist us in our mission. We are here investigating a theft of fervent tech, and
She begins
we are
writing
also
some of these
looking for-
details down as you're talking.
Yes, of course. And we are also looking for information on a thieves guild that we have heard a lot about.
So you need information on fervent tech, and you need information on a thieves guild.
No.
Yes, correct. You,
A real
I
thieves
noticed you
guild,
put
not a
quotes
thieves
around
guild.
that. Are you must be aware that there is in fact no thieves guild. Is that correct?
I have never seen any information to lead me to believe that there is a thieves guild in this city.
Oh, wonderful.
So I am not of the persuasion to think that there is one to hunt. However, if you want to
Finally,
find
an
what
intelligent person in
information
this town.
on the thieves guild, I would direct you upstairs to our public library, where our local newspaper is stored, the Nordfeld Herald. In this
Thank you.
newspaper, I believe you may find these dates 3 years ago.
Do you know who wrote the article?
Yes, I do. One moment, I pull up his name, and she pulls out this kind of Rolodex of names and contacts.
Is that the mayor's
There's
hit
Robert.
list?
What'd you say?
Is that the mayor's hit list?
Here, she tears off a little scrap of paper and starts writing some information. Now she hands this slip of paper to Dromar, and on it says, it's a Maxwell Eisen, E-I-S-E-N, Maxwell Eisen. Now, author of the Thieves Guild series from the Nordfeld Herald.
Oh, it's a
And-
series.
Yes,
Sounds
it's a
gripping.
series. And with the instructions previously given, you know that you can find it dated 3 years back in the Nordfeld Herald archives upstairs in the public library.
Does Maxwell still live around these parts?
Yes, Mr. Eisen lives over on the southwest side of town. Now, he has a wonderful manor that has a view over the lake.
Oh, wonderful.
He has a manor over the lake.
That looks out over the
He
lake.
makes a lot of money writing for the newspaper.
He has been particularly successful in his career as a writer and a reporter.
What does his manor look like if we wanted to go try to talk to him?
His particular estate is quite clearly labeled as the Eisen Manor. He has signage out front in case anyone needs to find him. Mr. Eisen is not, shall we say, discreet.
Jomar understands that.
I do understand that. Yes. Not sorry. I don't know who sorry is. Was there anything else that we needed to ask about?
From Sabine, I don't think so.
You did ask two questions, one
Yes,
having to
is
do
there-
with the newspaper, the other having to do with the Furban technology.
Yeah. What can you tell us about Fervent Tech and anyone who might be interested in stealing it?
Like the Thieves Guild.
Not like the
Sabine
Thieves
gives you
Guild.
sort of like a puzzling look, as though to kind of measure you up. See what's...
He is about one Dromar tall.
Yes,
and
I'm exactly
get a sense of
wondering
your
what
character here. I would not know about any sort of thieving of fervent tech. However, you have not already visited the Museum of Fervent Technology. You can do so. This is the
Thank
place
you.
that you have visited.
Yeah, we've been
may
there. We
also-
actually stopped a theft from happening there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're real heroes.
We obviously didn't catch the thief, because otherwise we would have brought him here to meet justice. But we were able to stop the theft in progress.
But if in the future
How
we ever
noble of
do
you.
catch any thieves, are there bounties for said thieves in this town?
We do not have any standing bounties on thieves in this town. However, there may be a criminal from time to time that has a reward posted for them.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
I actually do have a question. Can you tell us if we were to name a specific building? Could you tell us who owns that building?
With some time and research, yes, we have, of course, records of ownership
I
for
will.
all the buildings in town.
I would like to describe the warehouse.
The men's warehouse.
I mean, the buildings here are
Like addressed.
numbered, and they all have addresses
Well,
and things like that. Like
Assuming
most
I
things.
know what that number is, I'll tell her.
Do any of us remember the number? Did any of us catch the number?
You do. The numbering system is like a fairly easy. There's a street name and we'll say this was on Grant Street. And then there's just simple like numbering, odd and even. And this was 15.
For granted.
Jesus. This is a 15. Number 15 Grant Street was the address, we will say, for this particular place.
Number 15.
You just saved us maybe 4 hours of winding our way back the thieves' way to the warehouse so that we could look up the number.
Every once in a while, a dungeon mistress does have to wave her hand and say,
15 Grant Street. We believe that they might be involved in illicit activities.
but I can look up that ownership. These are, of course, public records, and see who owns it. It would take some time. We have to pull the records out of storage. Usually, the ownership records are not kept quite easily at hand. They are not in such high demand that we need to keep them out. So I shall request this information and have it here probably sometime tomorrow.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And
Thank you, yeah.
may I have your names so that I may know some information about who may come calling for this?
I mean, he already introduced us, but sure.
Yeah, we're Dromar, Maggie.
I know
You
that
might also
your
want to add Soria
names.
on that list too, just in case. What?
I know your names. I'm wondering if there is anyone different that may come calling for this. Many people
maybe
come in
a
and have
person
someone
named
else come
Soria.
back. A person named Soria.
Yeah, possibly.
Very well. And she takes a little note of all your names and then puts that up on a little like holding spot, little clip in there. Is there anything else that I may help you with?
Yes, I have a question. Do you have any other books from the writer of this book, A Tabaxi Tale?
I do not know. You will. Well, there's a throwback.
Yeah.
Forgot you had that book.
It's in my inventory still.
Soria also has like 3 of those
I
books.
have one. I have the changeling one.
I do not know. You should have to check with our librarian upstairs.
Okay, that sounds like a great idea.
It does.
Oh no, wasn't there another one that you still have that because like he wouldn't buy it, but that bookseller wouldn't buy it, but he
I'll
said
have to look at my old notes.
yeah.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to ask Sabine?
No, I think we'll just go look at that article if you don't mind.
No, please. The library is the entirety of the second floor of the building. So simply go upstairs and make your way into the library. The librarian will help you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your assistance.
I certainly hope that you are not frightened by these stairs and are able to make it up on your own.
I mean, I'm not frightened by stairs. I just can't always make it up them.
I walk
You
upstairs.
do not find it frightening that you are unable
Normally.
to navigate
Hey,
stairs?
upstairs now.
No, why would I find
I
that
start
frightening?
looking for the article while they're discussing stairs.
I'm going to attempt to make it up the stairs using my patented Dromar acrobatics stairs climbing technique, where I do like handsprings and cartwheels and somersaults up the stairs.
Is there like a bardic desperation?
Will set weights at the bottom of the stairs in case he needs to collect Dromar after his attempt to
Dromar
acrobat.
got a 22 on his acrobatics, so he's fine.
I'm just gonna walk up the stairs like a normal tabaxi.
You make it up. All of you make it up the stairs, surprisingly.
It's the first time for everything.
It is the first time.
On the second floor, there's a set of double doors that just has the word library printed on each door. And you could go up still one more set. It's kind of this stairway that leads up, and then there's a ring around, and you can go back up another set of stairs. So that's how it's working here. And when you enter, there is an older looking drow with a tight set of curly hair sitting at the desk. May I help you? Doesn't even bother looking up.
Yes, we are looking for articles from the Nordfeld Herald.
On the Thieves Guild. They're about 3 years old.
Written by Maxwell Eisen, who has a manor overlooking the lake.
Which is a
That helps you
beautiful.
find them.
At that, he kind of
truly
looks up
beautiful
from what he was looking at. It's like, all right then. You can find the documents down on the right shelf at 300.
Thank you. What is your name?
Robert.
Robert.
Robert, does that have an A in it?
No, why would it have an A in my name?
Oh, we have a good friend whose name is Robert with an A. So,
That
you know,
is an
I just
odd
miss him. What?
That is a very odd name.
It's
Why would
not
anyone-
individual.
Why would
Yeah,
anyone
he's-
name that
he's kind
child
of odd.
Robert?
I mean, whoever his parents were, they obviously did it.
He could have made his own name.
I mean, that's true, I guess. Yeah, that's true.
Do you believe in the Thieves Guild?
He seems to just, like, want to go back to what he was reading and is a little perturbed. Like,
Sorry, he's busy.
Excuse me, I need to know where. Do you have more from author of Tabaxi Tale?
Isn't that in, like, ancient Dwarven?
Yes, it is.
he holds out his hand for the kind of looking, basically asking to see the book. Just like, may I?
Then I hand him the book.
He looks at the spine of this book. This is quite old, is it not?
It's an ancient Dwarven romance novel.
Love is timeless.
It's smut. It's not romance novel. It's smut.
You are all
We
very
were
strange.
specifically told that.
We do not have anything else by this author. And hands the book back to you.
What about in your personal collection?
I'm off finding the article while they're discussing.
I go
not
with
have a personal collection
Zoria.
with this.
I go with Zoria Maggie Coromanth to to look
Is
at
she
the.
all three of those people at once right now?
Try and
Some
combine
kind of
all three.
abomination
So
where she's got like
Do you want me to try and
hands.
combine all three?
No, I just
Like some sort of Voltron.
to assist
exactly.
to assist with the perusal of the newspapers.
I'm gonna do an insight check about the whole not in their personal library though.
Okay, go ahead, make one. Yep.
That is a nat 1.
Percent sure that he,
100% certain.
I didn't do very well either. I got a 10 on my insight check.
Okay,
I don't
Drummer,
wanna
you're just
know.
like, I'm not gaining any information from this. Nines, you are like dead effing positive that this guy not only has more of this author, but he's got like a first edition print of this book.
And he is not willing to tell you.
He's got stockpiles of ancient dwarven smut at home.
There's a reason you don't see it much anymore, and it's this guy.
Ancient dwarven tabaxi romance novel smut. Like specifically that, like the whole series from this author, if there was one, which you're not sure of, but you're positive that there
But
is.
he's very sure.
Do I find
I
the
slide
article?
2 gold onto the desk.
He just looks at
Are
it.
you
Are you? What is it?
sure
Do you have late fees?
have any?
Yes, I don't have any. Why are you
I
sliding
take 2
gold
more
across?
gold out and put it on the table.
Why are you sliding me gold? I don't. You are a very strange orange tabaxi. Don't. Are you? Like, do you think that you're bribing me for something?
Yes, obviously.
I don't have anything for you. Yeah,
I take my 4 gold back. I'm like, fine, you keep your secrets.
And our under 7 audience is now totally confused, and our over 70 audience is deeply disappointed that there are no more of these in the library.
Not this one. We still need to visit a dwarven town, an ancient dwarven town.
All I can see
ancient
is
dwarven
the Lord of the Rings. All right, keep your secrets. That's all I can see right now.
Seth and I found the article while they were doing this.
Yeah, it didn't take you long. I mean, he said it's in the
I finished reading it.
300 section, and you
It's an
you went
entire
and you
series.
found
series.
the Eisen articles.
How
and-
many are in the series?
There's a lot. There are dozens and dozens of articles from Maxwell Eisen, all of them seemingly on this, like the Thieves Guild thing. If you spend a little more time looking, you might find some more of his work, but in this section, it's all Thieves Guild.
So he's definitely the the guild master of the Thieves Guild.
I
He
will
is certainly
catch up to them.
an expert on the Thieves Guild.
No, he is the Thieves Guild.
Oh, did you find the articles?
Yeah.
We have found dozens and dozens and dozens in the series on the Thieves Guild.
Oh, wow.
I
I've
cannot
only found
imagine.
disappointment today.
I'll look at the articles as well. What kind of information do they have, and what seems? Does any of it seem like it's based in any sort of reality to Dromar, or from the experience of an actual thief,
Or
does it
written
all
in
seem
thieves'
totally
camp?
fabricated? Or is there any thieves' camp? Actually, that's a good thing to look for.
Good idea, Sorian.
You're welcome. I don't know what Thieves Camp is.
So, as you read through these articles, you do notice that there's quite a bit of what would come off to you, Dromar, as genuine thief experiences, and they seem real to you, at least in the way that they're talking and the way this is all very like narrative in its reporting style, so highly dramatic. Think of it like a Geraldo Rivera kind of reporting, where it's like commentary being put in, but there's all sorts of there's all sorts of little pieces of unnecessary flair speckled throughout the writing, and there's stuff in there that comes up to you like, all right, this might have happened, but it's completely blown out of proportion. Like this would never go down this way, and it all seems to have maybe like a dash of truth, and then like a whole like pot worth of fished tail, basically. It's just all so blown out of perspective and blown out of proportion, and more fantastic than any adventure could be. And for someone who knows the trade of like thievery, there's a lot of Occam's razor that you're seeing here. Like, no, this is not a logical series. So to your eyes, this reads as small stories that got blown up into bigger things and are now capturing the mind of the Nordfeld citizens, and that's kind of how it feels.
Does anything about the Thieves Guild itself seem real, or does the construction of the guild seem totally fabricated?
How long, let me ask you this. How long do you guys want to spend reading these articles?
Exactly an hour.
We have an hour.
At least an hour.
After an hour, I'm getting my suit.
I mean, I could stay here and keep reading while you get your suit.
Well, so these are fairly thick pieces for reporting. It's almost like like these were the headline articles for the issues they were printed in, and you notice that they're about a week apart. Since you're taking a full hour here, you go back a little earlier into some previous time periods, about 4 years back now, and you eventually find the start of this series and some other pieces by Maxwell. The earlier pieces are all just sort of generic reporting things, talking about meetings in town, happenings, like a building burned down. Nothing like out of the ordinary there. But then in the very first issue of these articles, it's much more subdued than the others, and it talks in a little bit more vague terms about everything. Phrases like, some say that there's a new thieves guild that's formed within the city walls of Nordfeld, and being much more obtuse about the conclusions here. And as you piece this together, each article gets a little bit more specific, a little bit more definitive in the way that they're describing things, and eventually gets to the point where he's going along on heists with these guys, observing, not participating, but like observing their actions from the outside and trying to watch what they do and understand. He uses the phrase, understand the criminal underbelly of the city, and what motivates these cat burglars. The whole Thieves Guild, the whole Thieves Guild structure is
Stealing cats is not very good.
only described in the most loose terms possible. They talk ever so vaguely about a guild master of this organization who plans the heist, some like mastermind, but nothing ever specific, no name, no description of this person, just the next plan from the great mastermind of the Thieves Guild. And it turns into this very narrative element. So there's believable parts, and there's a lot of puffery that you think is going on.
Do we find anything? Are there any references to stealing fervent technology?
No, not in any of the articles that you read. There's no fervent technology. And these are several years old, so they wouldn't come into anything now. And it seems like a little bit more than 2 years ago, the articles, they stop, and nothing more is being written about it after just a little bit more than 2 years.
Is there a finale, or did they just stop?
They just stop.
Like
There's
like one more story about the Thieves Guild, and then it doesn't seem like it continues.
So we have a newspaper writer who is extremely wealthy and writing about the Thieves Guild. Do you think he was stealing things and then using his stories to cover and like put the blame on some made up group?
Does it seem like, so I know, Lexi, you said that at the start, the articles, he's like getting the information, then later he's watching and observing. Does it seem to Dromar like he has any actual firsthand experience, or does it seem like he's getting the information from an outside source?
In the earlier articles, it seems like there's a lot of imagination being applied to them. And
less
then,
actual detail.
Yeah, and then in later articles, it seems like they're more specific, and they have less imagination applied to them and much more specificity applied.
So that could be Soria. It seems like, to start with, he was maybe getting this information from a source, but it does seem like after a while he may have started being involved somehow. Is there any thieves' cant within these articles?
Hidden.
Not really. And with the way that thieves can't functions, where you're substituting words and phrases in there to give whole meanings and definitions to things without saying any of that, a single word,
secret messages. Yeah,
a single word has a whole double meaning that might be an entire paragraph worth of an idea, but boiled down to a single word that you say, and when you're talking to someone who knows it, they understand. It would be hard to write an article in Thieves' Cant and really include much of that in there. You don't see any signs of it, and if there were any, they're all maybe more like a pun, if anything else, in here. There's nothing that leads you to think he knows Thieves' Cant, at least within these articles.
So we have to pour lemon juice and set these all on fire.
No, where is this idea coming from? I don't understand this.
So if
are there illustrations?
Oh.
No, there are no illustrations.
Okay.
You should add some.
No.
Are there illustrations of
not do
Tabaxi
that.
Tales?
There are definitely not illustrations in the Tabaxi's Tale. None of that.
All right. Well, maybe I feel like this guy doesn't have anything to do with the current problems.
Well, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, if he actually became a thief and entrenched within this, he may have simply stopped writing about it so that he could get away with more crimes, basically.
Are you saying that the Thieves Guild is real?
No, the Thieves Guild is definitely not real.
What I heard from that was the Thieves Guild is real.
But thieves are very real.
Yes, and they have a whole guild.
Is there mention, by the way, in the articles of, I know you said that it talks about a localized guild being created. Does it make mention of a larger, more unified international or intercity thieves guild, or is it just localized?
There's sort of these out there allusions to huge criminal organizations and things like that throughout these. Nothing specific, just mysterious details.
Okay.
So here's what I think we should do. As much as I want to go back to that warehouse, and I really do want to break into that warehouse, I think we should pick up your suit and then go to Maximilian's estate and try to talk to him.
And I'll be dressed for it, so.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you shouldn't be, but
But what if
you should definitely be dressed, but maybe not as Coromanth.
Yeah, but he might know Coromanth
He might.
if
But-
he's involved in this.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I think
We'll keep
we
it in
might
our
be
back
better
pocket.
off. Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, did we get back pockets on the suit? Do they come with
I
back
assume
pockets?
so.
Okay,
Yeah, I
cool,
mean,
cool.
it's standard to have front and back pockets on
Yeah.
men's suits. Yeah.
I knew that. Yeah.
Master Clowbuyer knows absolutely all about that.
We don't
Probably
really.
some pockets in the coat as well. Or the jacket, rather.
Wow, that's a lot of pockets.
Yeah, I mean, men's clothes have all kinds of
Do
pockets
these
for some
robes have
reason.
pockets?
Yeah, they do.
Is there anything in them?
No,
Oh.
nothing in them.
I'm glad we did a pocket check.
Did you think they were going to give you stuff in the pockets of
There
the
might have
clothes that
been
they
a
gave you?
note from the lady who gave me the robes.
You never know.
You never got a prize from buying a suit.
You just
This is
I
It
got
comes
a
with a little
golden
silica
ticket.
packet, and you like open it up.
Yeah. Is there a silica packet? I'm like,
And for some reason, it's covered in like cinnamon sugar.
it says don't eat. But it looks so good.
Ulset thinks
Seriously,
this is
our under 7 audience, do not eat those.
Yeah, don't.
Ulset thinks this is a suitable time to go back to the tailor.
I see what you did there.
Thank you, Nan.
All right, so you want to check out this Maxwell next?
Yeah.
I think so.
Don't you want to get your suit first?
Well, yeah, I meant after this.
So you guys are trying to tie up loose ends right now.
Does the suit come with a tie?
A stitch in time will save 9.
I'm already.
I don't know if it's going to save 9s
I'll
or
see
not.
you all later. I'm leaving
already
the
at
show.
I'm already at the suit place.
Well, since we're going to Suit Taste, is there any pretzel stalls on the way there?
I will.
You know, pretzels are actually one of the more popular cuisines in this area. Yes. That's a natural
I go up
20.
and-
There's a really wonderful pretzel place. One of the premier pretzel places in town. Premier Pretzels.
Excuse me,
In
I
fact,
need
that's its
pretzel.
name. Oh, willkommen to Premier Pretzel. May I offer you a pretzel to give you a pretzel day?
Yes.
Are they all regular pretzels or are they like weird ones?
Oh, they
One pretzel, please.
They have a regular pretzel. They also have weird ones. They got like apple pie pretzels. You don't know what's in
Could be
them.
good, actually.
You don't know how it's made, but it's an apple pie pretzel. That's what they said.
You who are selling
Nice
pretzels,
just wants a regular
Can
pretzel.
I just go get my suit while they do it?
I would also.
I'm following you if you're
You
going. If you're
can. I can only narrate one thing at a
That's
time.
fine. Okay. I just want to be clear that I'm not present.
You just look over. Nope. Keep moving.
And I'm definitely following
I'll
Soria
turn into
and not
Coromanth
mine.
when convenient.
So Nines and Ulseth are getting pretzels.
You who are selling pretzels,
Oh yes.
I would also like to have a pretzel day. By and so we'll purchase one pretzel with one pretzel with salt and one everything pretzel.
Oh,
It actually has everything on this pretzel, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's got all of their toppings, which is a lot.
How much is that?
That is 5 copper.
Okay.
All right, so 5 copper.
I've seen a regular pretzel.
You have it's 1 copper for yours.
Well, so I also need a mustard
big
dipping
markup.
cup.
Oh, the mustard dipping cup comes with it, and
Oh,
there's like
I
this.
need extra mustard.
Oh, of course. Pulls out like a large.
a gallon of mustard.
Firkin of mustard.
Pulls out a firkin of mustard and just
go.
starts kind of pouring it into a plate for you. Just. Is this enough mustard for you?
Yes, this is perfect amount of mustard.
Cutting edge streaming here, folks.
Dromar, I really hope they're having a pretzel day back there.
I really hope we never see them again.
That would be ideal.
Nice. These pretzels are most excellent. It has made my day.
Yours
I hope they have
has.
such a pretzel day that they join a pretzel plane of existence and they can just have a pretzel life.
They
you know?
just-
These
pretzel
these
like-
pretzels are almost ethereal. I feel as though I may be transported into another plane.
So, Dromar, do you have any
You know,
notes
the
on
problem
my
is these
suit
pretzels
buying?
are making me thirsty.
Yes, this is true, especially that which is everything on it. Is there any place to get a drink along the way?
Let's slow this
Show
down.
turning into.
Let's slow this down.
What is this show turning into?
I can't can't control you guys. What am I gonna do?
At this point, I'm going into the tailor store.
You enter the tailor store.
As Coromanth.
You enter the place of suit vendors.
I can only assume next time we see Nines, he's just covered in mustard.
Well, yes.
How could you tell?
For the record, Old Says Pretzel has salt, pepper, garlic. Okay, and when they say everything, they mean everything. So there's also apple filling, cinnamon, sugar, and paprika and cayenne on this, with of course,
cheese?
like mustard dipping, and then inside of it is a mix of like that apple filling goo and cheese.
There you go.
Like nacho cheese.
Basically, take like
No, it's his cheese. He bought it.
Dromar, I'm not having a pretzel day at all.
I'm never having a pretzel day, and I hope to never have a pretzel day.
This is everything.
We should probably get these pretzels for our other two because they are not having a pretzel day.
I agree. This everything pretzel has such a mix of flavors that I bet Dromar would love it. I run back.
The episode's been completely derailed by Pretzel Day.
I walk in.
You're the one that told this story. So.
I'm regretting it now.
I walk into the finest raiments as Coromanth, wearing my robes, my low-cut robes.
Welcome back, Mr. Name.
Corey.
Mr. Corey. Yeah.
Name with an A.
Where? So, we have your suit almost finished, just putting on the finishing touches now. Well, give us just one moment more, please. Thank you. And
Has it been exactly 1 hour yet?
it's been a little bit more than an hour.
This is an outrage.
They are moving as quickly as they can, and you wait like a minute, maybe two, in the front. They bring out this, to your eyes, very well tailored suit.
Considering
Does
I've
it look
seen-
like Coromanth's?
It's a reasonable facsimile. Yeah, they didn't have, unlike you guys who have seen it. You're just trying to describe the suit, so it's a reasonable facsimile of the suit that you described.
Ulset has run back, purchased another everything pretzel. I'm assuming that's like
Another
4 copper.
Another 5 copper.
No, I bought 2 for 5 copper before.
Yeah.
Nicole, we keep trying to bring it back. It's like, no, pretzel.
They are upcharging you at this point.
Upcharging.
Yes.
5 copper for 1 pretzel.
Yep.
And then I run back.
I go into their changing room and change into the suit.
And while that's happening, I
You look
rush in
much
through the
better
door.
than you did before, as Coromanth at least.
Yeah.
I run in through the door and say, Dromar!
Yes, Seth.
You must taste this. You will love the combination of flavors. It will remind you of many things that you have eaten.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Dromar.
Sure.
I'll take the pretzel.
Will remind you of many things you have eaten.
How do I like the pretzel? How does it taste to me?
It's not good.
I see what you did there.
Terrible, Seth. My day is even less pretzel-y than it used to be.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretzel filled with like
Apple cheese
apple cheese. This is like
and pepper.
Do you feel as though you
sounds-
have been transported to another plane?
No, this sucks.
Whatever comes after death.
I think I've been transported to the plane of nausea and heartburn, so thanks for that.
I'm glad that
You are most welcome. I am glad you enjoyed
pretzel
it.
loop. So before we get too tied
Drummer's
up in
gonna
knots
deposit
about
the pretzel in the
pretzels,
nearest trash.
let's just
Move on.
let's just close that loop, tie up those ends, move on.
To Maxwell Eisens, and after we leave, I'll
Bake at
change back
250
into
degrees.
Maggie discreetly, still wearing
the
the
suit?
suit. Yeah,
Okay, so you're back as Maggie, now wearing a suit.
Maybe
ill-fitting
it's
suit.
Victoria.
So the suit is rather ill-fitting now because you've completely changed your physical dimensions. Not quite as ill-fitting as the dress and robes on Coromanth. This is like the legs are too short, so that they're just kind of. Yeah, you have.
So Maggie's taller than Coromanth.
Maggie's a little taller than Coromanth. Coromanth is not a very tall person.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
the suit just it's a little baggy up here.
I'll just turn.
I think. Go ahead.
You want me to just turn into my elf form?
Yeah, I think you should just turn into your elf form and maybe not wear this conspicuous suit that's very associated with the bad guy that we're hunting down.
What should I wear then?
Just your normal clothes.
Did I bring
You
those
can go
with me?
buy some.
I mean, I assume they're in your pack or something.
Well, hey, that one on the floor, but it was once again a natural 20. So, yeah, sure, you brought your clothes.
Okay. I'll be in the alley naked, so don't look.
Cool.
That was very
take out my
foresightful of you
looking
to bring
glass.
your clothes.
I make myself look like Dromar while I change.
Ooh, hot.
Wait,
I'm not embarrassed because it's Dromar getting spied on.
Dromar's very okay with this.
Alright, so I come
The
out
weirdest group dynamic.
as my normal
Yes, we do.
elf form.
All right. You are now just outside of the Maxwell Eisen estate, which does have a nice view overlooking a lake.
Which I hear is very nice.
It is a nice
Yeah.
It's a nice lake.
Heard great things. We absolutely must check it out at some
Have to
point.
check out the lake.
Zoria, are you all right carrying all those changes of
Oh
clothing?
yeah, I have a duffel bag. It's cool.
Okay. I was going to offer to assist by carrying some for you.
Is there any attendant at the gate to the residence? Or to the estate?
The gate is open.
Oh, okay.
It's not closed, and there's no attendant there.
I will walk through the gate and up to the door of the residence.
Check for traps.
And to give you an
I
idea
will
of like
not check for traps.
this is like a very nice kind of lake house. So it's not huge, and he has some fairly close neighbors, but a small lawn in front of the house. And unlike the rest of the town, these houses are not touching one another. There's space between them, so there's a way around and back and everything.
How about
So they're a respectful distance then.
They are respectful
I
distance.
have an idea. Alright, Dromar, when we go in,
Go on.
you're the guild master of the Thieves Guild, and you're here to punish him for for writing all these lies about the Thieves Guild in the newspaper.
Maybe. How about we play it cool first? Like we're just asking about it. But then, depending on what he says, then maybe I pull that card out and say, but I'm the Grandmaster of the Thieves
And you'll
Guild.
whip out
I'm
your
here to
ID
punish
card
you."
from the Thieves Guild and show it off. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sound
Okay.
good?
Yep, that's the plan. We have one. Execute.
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 So is
Thank
this lake house tastefully done, or is it like ostentatious,
Is it all antlers?
baroque and goldy?
Everything gold
You can
plated.
tell that
Gold-plated
it was
antlers.
originally a pretty
It's all
well,
jackalopes.
pretty well
gold-plated
designed,
jackalopes.
and had some very nice, if at this point dated. Not that Ulseth would necessarily have an eye for that, but Dromar and Nines, having been living not in the woods by yourself for quite a while,
We have doors where we are.
you can see that the aesthetics in this estate are this base layer of outdated kind of wallpaper, very nice looking, but this is quite old at this point. And then many ostentatious things placed on top of it. So, to give you the best idea, it's as though someone had once owned this house and decorated it quite well, and then the house was sold to Maxwell, and not having much of a taste for interior design or aesthetic, simply placed things that he thought looked expensive over things, and they're all sort of strewn about. So it's incredibly ostentatious. Much of it is very shiny, and none of it goes together. It's all very clashing and kind of a monstrosity.
This is the most beautiful house I've ever seen.
Damn. You've got quite the eye, Sawyer.
This sounds a lot like a former president we recently had. Fortunately, no longer have.
Yeah,
I really hope this podcast doesn't age like milk with that comment.
Yes.
This is not the nicest house I've ever seen. I'll say that much. But let's see who lives here, and I will knock on the door.
You could have used the knocker.
Who
The
said
gold-plated knocker.
The gold-plated knocker.
A person comes to the door and wearing a finely tailored outfit. To black, sleek lapels. Not quite a suit. This is more of like a work uniform. Opens the door. May I help you?
Yes, hello. We are here to see Maxwell. What was the last name?
Eisen.
Eisen. We're here to see Maxwell Eisen, please.
Very well. I shall inform him that his company is here. Is he expecting you?
He is not.
And I shall inform him that company is here.
Unexpectedly.
Thank you.
Please come in.
It's a
You
company
may have
of
a
blades
seat
of sorts.
in well, I suppose it's a drinking room now. He seems to have this sort of just I'm over all of this attitude about it.
Is this guy like a butler like we saw at the Tavoke estate, sort of?
Seems that way, but you don't have a job description.
Yeah.
Are you a butler?
One could call me that, yes.
One could,
Are
but
you a member of the
Consoria?
proletariat?
What's your name? We'll just throw questions at you.
I'm going to get Mr. Eisen now. He just leaves, not having any
Thank
patience
you.
for whatever
Welcome to
this
the
is.
drinking room. I want to know more about that.
I will have a seat in the drinking room.
There's a lot of different bottles of alcohols just sort of sitting out on the counter and plenty of glasses. It seems as though you can just help yourself.
Drummer, what's the most
I
expensive
do.
one?
What is the most expensive one there, from my knowledge?
There's a bottle of whiskey that's from southern Costeria that's quite valuable.
This one's pretty valuable. It's a bottle of whiskey from Southern Costeria.
This
Probably
guy-
very good if you want to drink it.
So he actually does have money, probably, huh?
It's very
Certainly
clear that he's
money.
got money.
Okay.
Taste, no.
Is there anything non-alcoholic?
No.
Okay, I won't drink anything.
Should we
there
just
water?
take the bottle of whiskey?
No, there's no water.
Are there ice cubes?
No.
Is there any Marshak's milk?
No. This is everything that you can drink in here is some shade of brown.
Oh, even the wine?
Especially the
You
wine.
don't know if there's any wine in here. It all looks to be hard liquor.
Dromar will just have a seat and not have a drink.
I'll just take that bottle.
All right.
Like pocket it?
No, I keep spores in there.
That's gonna come back in a future episode.
Within a
Someone's gonna
moment,
grapple him and I'll like,
within a moment or two, you hear some commotion coming down the stairs. This quick and heavy footage, kind of coming down the stairs, and around the corner bursts this shorter, heavy-set drow with a kind of patchy beard, but yeah, the mustache is curled, like he styled the mustache and has kind of a comb over on top. And that looks at you all a bit wild-eyed. Who are you?
Hello, my name is Dromar. These are my associates, Soria, Ulseth, and Nines.
You're not from the tax office, are you?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Not and welcome here.
And just starts way too vigorously shaking all of your hands one at a time. Just,
Hello, yes, nice to meet you.
Yes, yes.
he's kind of
God,
like,
he is our president.
he's bouncing up and down, just nervously.
It is great to meet you. We are wonderful fans.
You are?
Ah, yes.
Well, we
that
recently
new?
have read all of your articles, I believe. At least all the ones on the Thieves Guild.
Thieves Guild. Those were the good days.
Can you tell us more about those days?
Insight check.
What do you want to know?
Hasn't said anything yet.
What is the Thieves Guild?
Oh, the Thieves Guild, that, notorious criminals. Those are dangerous years. It was...
Insight check.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure, insight check.
That's a 10.
19.
Ulseth doesn't care.
17.
All of you have some sense, some more strongly than others. Like Soria is a little more sure about this than Nines is. You all get the sense that there's some bluster in here. Doesn't seem like he's being entirely truthful.
So, tell us a little bit more about the Thieves Guild. How did you come about your knowledge? Are you a thief yourself? Or have you worked with thieves? Know thieves? What can you tell us?
Well, I am not a thief myself, but I obey all the laws. Unless you are the tax office, apparently.
Why do you have problems with the tax office?
Never mind
You owe
that.
a bunch of taxes?
No, of course not. I am a law-abiding citizen. I pay all of my taxes. Never mind that. Now, what was your question?
I want to make another insight check on him for the. No, I don't care about the taxes, but the part where he was saying that he is not a thief and has never done that.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, me too.
Dirty 20.
All right.
Natural 1.
Nice.
Okay, you're not getting anything off
But
of this.
that's
right?
actually, with guidance, that's a 12.
You're not getting any strong indication one way or the other that, at least for Soria, that he's lying or attempting to deceive here. He doesn't have you believing him yet, but your perception of him from your previous insight hasn't changed. Dromar, you're getting more suspicious of him, not because you think he's a thief, but because you kind of think that he's full of it.
Okay. I'll let him continue what he was saying.
So what do you want to know about the Thieves Guild?
Well, you seem to know quite a bit about it from your writings.
I know many things about the Thieves Guild.
He's pouring himself a very large glass of some brown liquid now.
Well, you see, I'm of the opinion that there is no Thieves Guild, in fact, and that it's made up.
He kind of, as you finish saying that, he swings around with the bottle and sort of splashes some of this liquid on your face, and it's very peaty. It smells very, very peaty, and it burns a little bit. It's a strong alcohol.
Yuck!
Of course there's a Thieves Guild. Don't say such things.
What proof do you have that there's a Thieves Guild?
All of my writings, of course. That's what I
That's
have.
not proof.
He's just
That
like
bottle seems to
drinking
be
this
about
glass
120 proof.
down. He's just drinking it down.
Mr. Eisen.
Yes.
That liquid you are drinking smells most delicious. May I have some?
It does smell like home.
Here.
We'll set that being the hard-hitting questions.
He tosses you the bottle.
Thank you very much. Now, will you
Does it go great with pretzels?
please go on and tell us all you know of the Thieves Guild?
Have you read my writings?
Yes.
Yes, we
And
read
you
them
know
all.
everything I
don't
know
believe
about
a
the
word
Thieves
of
Guild.
it.
This thief among us does not believe you.
Why should you not believe me? You would know as well as any that there is a Thieves Guild.
There's no Thieves Guild. You made it up out of whole cloth. Show me proof there's a Thieves Guild.
Of course there's a Thieves Guild. All of the thieving around here, all of the things that were stolen, all of this and, the troubles they cause. There's tons of evidence for the Thieves
What
Guild.
sort of things were stolen?
I wrote about it in my articles. You read them, you said.
Do any of the things he has all over his house look like things that were in the articles?
Make a perception check.
Guidance?
Yeah, you can guide yourself.
27.
Nothing within the room that you're in seems to match the description of the things that you read.
Okay.
Where did you get all the information? Do you have a contact within the Thieves Guild? Were you along on some of the missions?
My articles say everything. I've hid nothing from the public. Oh, why do you all keep coming to my house and pressing me on these issues, trying to get me to say, oh, yes, the Thieves Guild is made up. Oh, that was never anything that existed. Why do you keep trying to ruin my career? You drove me away from the paper, people like you.
Not trying to ruin your career. Trying to get information. We don't believe there's a Thieves Guild.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Make a persuasion check.
Not great. Let's see. What's my persuasion? 11.
There's never been a Thieves Guild. That's what you all say. You all
Listen,
say this.
Mr. Eisen, I believe you. I believe this Thieves Guild exists.
The sensible one. You should listen to her.
And I am a mercenary, and I have been personally hired to find this Thieves Guild. And I get a lot of money if I find it.
How much money?
5,000 gold.
He drops the glass that he was holding. It was empty.
Does he just pick up a new one?
He bends down and picks it up. Oh, that is a lot of money.
And if you were to give me information about it to help me lead to fulfilling this contract, I could share some of that with you.
Why don't you roll a persuasion check now?
With guidance?
Yeah, you can guide yourself.
Yeah. I'm just casting spells all the time. Like,
I mean, with guidance, I figure you can
Slapping
kind
yourself
of do it a little hidden.
Persuasion, 22.
Nice.
Okay.
Cannot help you. I don't know the Guildmaster of the Thieves Guild. Look, you seem like a nice young lady. Yeah, there is no Thieves Guild. I made it all up.
I'm
knew
shocked.
I told you all. Nobody
He's
believes
a
me.
guild master.
There's no guild. There's nothing. Look, I went to a play.
As you're all talking, he just seems to like ignore all of you at this point.
I went to a play years ago in the capital, Drogmara. It was a terrible play about some woman who fell in love with a thief. But it gave me the idea. See, I was a reporter. I never made a break. I was nearing the end of my career. I had hardly any money. I thought maybe I could make one final string of stories and go out in a bit of glory. But things got out of hand. And I spent almost 2 years writing about the Thieves Guild and inventing things. They had me writing half of the damn newspaper about the Thieves Guild. It sold so many copies, and then one day they took the column away, and it wasn't apparently moving things anymore, so they stopped the stories.
I have an idea.
Go on.
We could maybe get this bounty if he were to write an expose fingering who the guild master of the Thieves Guild was, whoever we choose.
I mean, that's certainly one route we could go. I don't necessarily want to go that route.
Let's just say he's... just say that he's been undercover for 2 years and he found them.
It's possible also that someone is... I mean, it seems like someone has used his writings and is now trying to make people think that there's a Thieves Guild. Mm-hmm. So I think we should still try to track down who that is. Maxwell, has anyone come by, aside from us, recently, asking about the Thieves Guild, trying to get information about any ideas you might be able to give them about how to structure a Thieves Guild or anything like that?
Look, there was someone. He seemed wealthy, well-dressed, nice suit.
Beige.
Was it white?
Yes, was.
Do you know his name?
No, he never gave me any name. I don't know it. But he paid me money. He paid me 500 gold to give him ideas about the Thieves Guild and what had I written about. He wanted to know what the Thieves Guild was like. He had no idea that I had made it all up. He just wanted, I don't know, inspiration.
Sorry, would you show him the suit?
I assume it all comes out in one piece. I don't know if the suit's...
Did his suit look like this?
It's just the...
It looks similar to that, yes. It did. He's kind of sitting down in a chair now, slumped over. He's got himself a whole bottle of something.
Now, don't be scared. I'm going to use some illusion magic.
Okay.
In the other room. And I'm going to come in being the suspect. It's just illusion magic, though, so don't be scared. And I go out, turn into Coromanth, and come back in.
Now, when you come back, he's sitting in that chair, kind of drinking out of the bottle. And he looks over at you, his eyes get big, and he's like...
All over Dromar.
All over Dromar.
Because that's funniest.
No. It's just kind of out in the air.
Boo.
Dromar would be able to dodge it anyway.
Did he look like this?
That's a very convincing
Illusion?
illusion.
Did he sound like that?
Did I sound like this?
Like I said, the illusion is very convincing.
Thank you for the confirmation.
I
One
will
last question.
go back and change what you're
Actually,
asking.
maybe a couple more questions.
Among the many questions.
Among the questions I will ask you. Can you tell us what all you told him?
I referred him to my writings. I put all of my ideas down on the page. They're all there, they're all laid out. I came up with this incredibly convoluted system of Thieves Guild and things to create the believability. I don't know how many people believed it, but all of the wealthy in the town were talking about it.
I felt like I could have used the romantic subplot.
No, it doesn't
No,
need that.
I thought about that too. I thought about that and later regretted not putting that in. I thought that could attract viewers.
Honestly, more stories should not have a romantic subplot, in my opinion. But anyway,
9 instances of
my
Baxi
last
Tail
question.
have a subplot.
it's smut. It's all romantic
can't read
subplot.
I can't read Ancient Dwarven.
Oh, that is most unfortunate.
But my last question is, there did seem to be some basis of reality in your articles. Was there a thief you were working with or tailing when you were writing those?
I would pay thieves. Sometimes they would show me how they did things. Sometimes they'd tell me stories. I went along once to watch, and turned out to be a very poor performing article, that one. But it was near the end. Most of the things that are in there are inventions of my own and tales from real thieves.
I spent a lot of time traveling around all over Grindring, trying to understand thievery and how to do it. There's not nearly enough activity here in Nordfeld to make an interesting series last almost daily for 2 years.
Makes sense. Are any of the thieves that you worked with, are any of them still active in this area? Do you know?
I can't say as I really kept up with them. I didn't want to be seen with them, and they didn't want to be seen with me. You know, being the one writing about the Thieves Guild.
Yeah, fair enough. Were there any... what were the names and descriptions of any of them in Nordfeld that might still be active these days?
Oh, there was this group of drow that they seemed pretty tight. They all grew up together, and they might still be around. They operated out of the east side of the city. Yeah, I can't remember what their name was. I wrote about it about a year into the articles. You could go find it if you wanted to, but the name escapes me. Forgive me, I'm foggy these days.
Does that sound familiar to me?
Not to you. I mean, you guys kind of
just read
split up the articles, but Nines, you happened to flip through a series of articles, and you came across something that sounded familiar, like a 3 or 4 week span talking about these, brothers that lived over in the story on the south side of the city and were stealing all sorts of things, going from kind of petty theft to more serious stuff. So it does ring a bell, if not completely accurate to what he wrote.
I recall
Were
reading.
any of them about Ulseth's size?
No, I've never seen someone doing thievery who was as big as you. Usually they are smaller, more light-footed folk.
So
Yes,
you do not
indeed.
know Crom.
I can't say that I do, no.
And what were you about to ask, Ulseth?
Oh, I was just wondering if perhaps those people who were brothers were part of the group of Clantons that I read about in the papers.
He's not seeming to give you any indication that they were.
Okay.
He just sort of looks at you blankly like...
There were Earps, there were Clantons. I just was wondering if that perhaps was something that you had written about.
Not in my...
I must be mistaken then, sorry.
Perhaps somewhere was west of here.
Yes, it was west.
All right. Is there any other questions we think we have for this man?
That's all I got.
All right.
Look, just keep it to yourselves. Quit trying to ruin my life. Glaring at Droma right now. Stay out of trouble. They don't really exist. I don't want getting hurt or causing undue struggles for yourself. These wealthy here in the city think they know everything. They don't.
Would you like it if the Thieves
very
Guild
true.
were to disappear?
It may lend me an air of credibility and silence some of my critics, but don't.
We'll see what we can do.
Y'all want to take any of my burden on yourself.
All right. Well, now that we all know the truth that I've known all along, I think we need to go back to that warehouse.
Or he's the guild master and he just lied to us. No, I'm just kidding.
Inside check.
All right.
I'm gonna walk out the door. Goodbye.
Have a pretzel day.
As you walk out the door, there is someone who you recognize running up to you all. It is Franklin Shortbeard III.
Oh.
Good old.
I thought it was Franken.
No, Franklin.
Oh, I wrote it wrong.
Franklin Shortbeard III runs up to you all, just doesn't even pay attention to where he's at. Frank.
Oi.
Hello.
Hey, look.
You look terrible.
I just ran out of the city. Look, Ludolf was looking for you. Hey, he's got some information for you all on how to get into that place. And he says you got to move quickly if you want to take advantage of it. So best get moving on then.
Thank you. Well, why don't you hop on old Seth's back and we'll run back into town?
Oh, that's much appreciated.
How did you know we were out here?
I had one of my fathers keeping an eye on you guys, making sure you didn't get in any trouble. Seemed like nice folk, wanted to keep you out of harm's way. These guys ain't fooling around, so do appreciate the ride. As he kind of like puts he's kind of like hopping up on your back and pulling his way up now.
Does anyone else need assistance?
No, but I'll discreetly turn into Maggie on the way back.
All right.
And change into my robes.
As you race off to Ludorf's place to figure out just how to get inside this warehouse and whatever awaits you ahead, that's where we're going to end the session for this week.
Nice. Looking forward to it.
So,
thank you for tuning in, everybody.
Thank you for tuning in, everyone. We're going to hop along our way now.
We're going to escape from this adventure.
I genuinely hope that you had a wonderful time watching us this afternoon and evening. Yet, don't get too carried away with your chocolate this evening, I guess. I'm out of puns. I'm out of fuel on this one.
Have a pretzel day.
Have a pretzel day!